always the result of intelligent effort. So a warm and cherished morning to the dignitaries, the resource persons and delegates. Today we all have virtually gathered here for a NAAC-sponsored national webinar and cherished morning program for re-accreditation of autonomous colleges organized by IQAC. Now, we shall begin the webinar with the formal inauguration. I request our Vice Principal, Professor B.V. Sridharswamy, to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, one and all. A warm welcome from National College, Jayanagar. We are extremely happy to have with us Dr. H. Ramarao, renowned academician, President of National Education Society of Karnataka. We also have with us Professor S.N. Nagara Reddy and Dr. Santi Maya, the Secretary Secretaries of National Education of Karnataka. On this inaugural session of the webinar, we also have the presence of learned academicians, experts in the form of research person Dr. Rina Zala, Dr. Sujata P. Shanbhag, Dr. Leena Gahane, and Dr. K. Rama, and all the participants for this national webinar from more than 15 states. Now, I sincerely request our chief guest on this occasion, Dr. H. Ramarao, to inaugurate the webinar. So we have a video clip, and we will just request Dr. HR to inaugurate this session. Sir, with your permission, shall I play the clip, sir? Sir, with your permission, shall I play the clip? Thank you, sir. Now, I request the President of National Education Society of Karnataka, Dr. H. Ramarao, to deliver the inaugural address on this occasion. Sir, kindly you have to unmute, sir. Asif, unmute ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Now it is audible, sir.
Unmute.
Mute ಆಗಿದೆ
Sir,
ಸರ್.
HR sir should unmute.
HR sir, please
Asif,
unmute.
ಅವ್ರು unmute ಮಾಡಿಪ್ಪ ನೀವೇ.
Yes.
Yes.
Now it is.
Dr. Dina Gahane, Dr. Rama Kundapati, Professor Parinita. Actually, she has taken a lot of interest in organizing this one at the personal cost of the health. She is not well, but still she has done a remarkable job. Of course, our college government secretary was assisting the principal, Professor B.V. Sridhara Swami. Of course, behind the screens are Professor Shalini, Dr. Vijayalakshmi, and some people I am.
Sir, unmute your microphone.
Asif ಕೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ.
But unmute ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. I have done it. Are you listening?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unmute ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, but suddenly ಇದಾಯ್ತು, ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಅದೇನು ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. So, Professor B. Sridhar Swami, and I told you that there are several people behind it, like Dr. Vijayalakshmi, Professor Shalini, and other people. Of course, our new principal, Professor K.P. Nanappa, is also there on the scene from the National College of Bagapalli, and there are several distinguished people here. I am extremely happy to inaugurate this National Assessment and Accreditation Council NAAC sponsored national seminar on orientation program for re-accreditation of autonomous colleges. In fact, orientation is always an important part of any exam, and it's also my duty to share with you some important achievements of the persons who are participating today. Dr. Neena Jhala, Principal and Alumnus of Anand Institute of Social Work. He brings with him a fusion of 19 years of field experience and academia. He has offered his consultants to restore National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Gujarat Alkalis and Chemicals Limited, Gujarat State Fertilizers Chemicals, Magatok City Foundation, Jan Vikas, Raman Development. And in fact, if I see it, it's a very good blend of several things for him, And he has presented 47 papers at national and international seminars, published 44 articles, 6 books, and 23 projects to study. He is a PhD guide and a referee too. But he is now principal there, and he is going to speak on the extension activities, best practices with respect to NEP. In fact, our institutions were started 103 years ago. We had always very good best practices and extension activity. One of the best practice was we allowed the students to write an exam without the invigilators. Do you want any other best practice for a concept of NEP? The students will write the exam without invigilators. That way conducted a training. And then when we come to the extension activities, maybe about 30-40 years back, social service camps in distant villages running to 1 month. Just imagine 1 month social service camp. That's the best extension activity. But now, because the digital concepts we are introduced in our college, National College Jayanagar, data science, Internet of Things, and biomedical engineering. I'll tell you why. Using the IO Internet of Things, we can change the world itself. For example, we can change the dimensions of the agricultural science. We can help people in villages to grow better yield by using the concept of Internet of Things. And now COVID is happening. In the days of COVID, unfortunately, this digital divide is keeping villages away. Now, we can try better methods by using IoT and data science to create or to bridge the digital divide gap, that is the real extension activity. They're bringing the villages to the mainstream using Internet of Things is an important, what's called digital divide gap, which you have to fill up. And then Dr. Sujata P. Shanbo, Advisor, National Assessment and Assessment Council, Bangalore, holds postgraduate degree in education from Regional Institute of Education, Mysore, with specialization in education technology and special education. But these are all our need of the hour. Her PhD work was focused on child development, for which she has chosen to work with socially disadvantaged children, SC and ST population. She has a doctoral degree in education from Karnataka University, Dharwad. She started her career as a primary school teacher, very, very humble beginning. In fact, my father was a primary school teacher. To pursue her research interest, she joined as a junior project fellow of NCERT and moved on to the Education Division Planning Commission, Government of India, New Delhi, as an economic officer. She has also worked with the Project Evaluation of the Planning Commission, Bangalore. She has over 15 years of experience in research, education planning, and quality assurance. She has coordinated more than 1,000 assessment and accreditation. What else we need, actually, visits across the country, and has contributed extensively to the development of the manuals, state-wise analysis, and different guidelines of NAAC. Over years, she has also organized several awareness programs, training programs, post-accreditation programs, capacity building programs, and assess interaction meetings. Nominated in the faculty exchange program, she has undergone training in assessment accreditation in Australia and Malaysia. She has also authored, co-authored, and authored papers presented in various national and international seminars. Another distinguished guest is Professor Dr. Leena Gahane. Hello. Presently working as
listening to sir.
Yes. Presently working as Deputy Advisor, NAAC posted Bangalore. Previously, she has worked as Professor in Physics. That is interesting, The National Education Society, which has a very golden name, that was because of a Professor of Physics, Dr. H.N. Simia then. PhD from University of Science. We have built up and Professor P. Caesar Swami, Professor of Physics. In fact, the entire National Education Society is bundled or guarded by the physics professors. And worked as active member of Board of Studies of the Nagpur University, guide to RTMNU, has published 30 articles in National Internet Journals of High Citation Index. Area of interest is superconductivity in reference to physical world as well as human life and nanofluids. In fact, our beloved Professor C.N.R. Rao, Bharatratna C.N.R. Rao, his field is superconductivity. He has worked for several decades in that field, and we know him so well. He has given more than 30 lectures in our Bangalore Science Forum. The superconductivity is such a close one to us, close one to our heart. A top academician, patriot, and well-known personality of national stature, worked as a member of the national study team for unique study done in Status Women in 2019, and had an opportunity to discuss finding the study with Honorable President of Bharat. Delivered more than 755 lectures, seminars, webinars on many national, social, technical issues. Since all of them are mentioning about 1,755, I feel like mentioning one record, The Bangalore Science Forum has conducted more than 3,000 lectures in science. 3,000, nobody in the world has done it. In fact, Professor A.S. Kiran Kumar, chairman, former chairman of ISRO, who was a student of our college, would like to send this one to Guinness Book of World Record. Science lectures by whom? Persons like C.N.R. Rao, persons like Vijay Raghavan, persons like Menon, persons like Sitaramanga, persons of all top persons. In that way, the college has done a remarkable work and delivered has conducted series of 150 moral value stories on Facebook live daily during lockdown. In fact, in our college we had 1 hour for every section, a moral class for over 15 years, And in that moral class, we used to bring Swamijis and other people, eminent people, Shivam Parant like that, and they used to give us a lessons. And a well-known freelance writer and has done almost 1,000 articles. He is an active participant of many social media forums. And a HR trainer, I think we have to utilize our services for many sectors, KTC, PWD, active member of social organization for women called Rashtra Sevika Samiti. Very happy, madam, you are here. We welcome you. The next person I can see on the list is Dr. Rama Kondapalli. She has more than 20 years of experience in education administration. In fact, teaching in a classroom is one thing, you can give 1 hour of lecture. But most of the good teachers, brilliant teachers, they don't have any experience in educational administration. They can't do any administration at all. Even if I offer them a principalship, they say, we don't want principalship. Sir, tell me 1 more hour of work, I will do it, teaching. And today, apart from good teaching, good teaching is very important. Apart from good teaching, we want good education administration. That's where Dr. Rama Kondapalli comes. Policy planning and management, quality assurance and other things, and including the Ministry of Human Resource Development, All India Council of Technical Education, National Council for Teacher Education. She has worked in several things, and UNESCO, ADB, and various agencies and ministries dealing with higher education in Asia and Africa for developing quality assurance frameworks and structures. Capacity building, training, where capacity building is very important. Conducting quality audits and evaluation and restructuring and reforming the education system. In fact, to reform the education system, today we have got a golden spoon, that is NEP, because the concept of NEP, National Education Policy. And we had to conduct several seminars on that, understand that one properly, and then implement it. An advisor at the National Assessment Accrediting Council, apart from contributing to assessment and accreditation. In fact, assessment is important in the sense they will tell you what you are, what you have done. Of course, accreditation should be done because there should be some comparison among the page, therefore they will give some grades also. She has extensively contributed to development of that and guidelines for that, and has been actively engaged in capacity building programs and research. In fact, all of them are very, very distinguished here. I welcome them wholeheartedly. In fact, as far as our college is concerned, we believe in always the education slightly away from the classroom. In the classroom, we teach them physics, chemistry, mathematics, no doubt about it. That is not the full education, That's only 20%. So they may learn from textbook. But other 80% is outside classroom. How they will look at the society, how they will look at the parents in the house, how they will look at the neighbors, how they will help the less fortunate people. And all those things we are doing since 100 years, And we had Seva Sangha. There was no social service or NSS program for Government of India, We had the concept of Seva Sangha. I was in charge, 66, 67, 68. I believe that our concept was carried to the Government of India to form NSS actually, We are the torch bearers. In fact, we believe in that, that is just like what has been said in NEP. We had to think of developing a total personality. Earlier time used to say that learn the small story, they're all important. But today, you can learn through what is called as digital media. Everybody should become technically savvy. See, that is why we stress upon Internet of Things. Imagine Internet of Things, particularly in the COVID times, if somebody knows doctor and other things, instead of keeping one ventilator for every patient in a thing, that ventilator can be connected to several hospitals. You can treat 30, 40 patients together, properly Internet of Things, biomedical engineering and other things. In fact, we are in the forefront to see that students are trained in IoT. But I believe that IoT is very important, and data science and the biomedical engineering. With this stress on what is called the technical things, I believe that the orientation program for re-accreditation and autonomous college will be a successful one. We'll get a lot of input from today's seminar, and welcoming all of them. I wish all the best for their day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, Dr. H.R. It's my pleasure to propose vote of thanks on this occasion of inauguration to all the dignitaries. I thank Dr. H. Ramarao, who has spent 5 long decades of service in the education field and guiding all of us in the capacity of President of National Education Society of Karnataka. I take this opportunity to thank our honorary secretaries, Professor S. Nagaraj Reddy sir and Dr. Maya for their constant support in achieving all these in newer endeavors. Now, I also thank the resource persons of this today's webinar, Dr. Ninad Zala, Dr. Sujata P. Shanbhag, Dr. Leena Gahane, Dr. K. Rama, so who have spared their not only valuable time, but also precious expertise for this webinar. And we look upon the webinar. I sincerely thank all our principal, Dr. B.R. Parnita Madam, who is the constant source of inspiration to all of us, and all the dearest colleagues who have worked in this webinar. I take this opportunity also to thank all the participants for attending this inaugural session. Now, I will just ask Dr. Vijayalakshmi to carry on the next part of the seminar. Before that, so we have a group photo in which all the participants kindly switch on your videos so that we can have a group photo. Asif? So we shall have a group photo. So it will be taken there in the gallery view. So kindly switch on your videos. So in the first screen, I think some of them are yet to switch on their videos.
How many names you want to use for? This is for instruction. This is for command.
So we have about 9 pages.
And data.
We have about 9 pages. So I request all of them to switch on their videos, and we will be posting the photograph also in the WhatsApp group. Is that ready? Asif, shall we go to the next one? If it is done, shall we go to the next one, Asif? Girish?
Sure, sir.
Now in the next part, there are some more. Shall we go to the next page? Page 3. Here, Dr. Savita Madhura, madam. So kindly switch on the videos, madam. So we are moving over to the next page, number 4. Girish, shall we go to page 5?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now it is
Fine.
now page 6.
Now page 7.
Now we shall go to page 8.
So now page number 9.
So last page.
Okay, sir.
So thank you.
Now, this is the time to begin with the sessions. I request our NAAC coordinator and the head of the Department of Computers, Professor C. Shalini, to take over. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Vijayalakshmi. It gives me immense warmth and great pleasure to introduce the first speaker of the day, Dr. NAAC Jhala. He will be addressing the topic extension activities, best practices with regard to national education policy, which is the need of the day now. Dr. NAAC Jhala is a principal and alumnus of Anand Institute of Social Work. He brings with him a fusion of 19 years of field experience and academia. He has offered his consultancy services to NAAC, Gujarat Alkalis and Chemicals Limited, Gujarat State Fertilizers and Chemicals, MACTO, City Foundation, Jan Vikas, Raman Development Consultants Private Limited, UNICEF, Navjeevan, National AIDS Control Organization, Secure Electronic Transaction Consortium, Gujarat State AIDS Control Society, and other prominent organizations and industries. He is also an International Labour Organization recognized master trainer on elimination of child labor. He has presented 47 papers at national and international seminars and published 44 articles, 6 books, and 23 projects to his credit. He is a PhD guide and a referee too. Over to you now, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I hope I am audible to all.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
Indeed, it's a pleasure and honor for me personally to be here with all of you at the NES, especially with the stalwarts of NAAC being here with us. So in that context, I must say that the NAAC stalwarts are here to help us with this entire process of learning. Is the presentation visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great.
Sir, it is visible.
Yeah. And the NAAC in reference to the education policy which has recently been formulated. So today I will be dealing in this 35 minutes, 40 minutes with the combination of the NEP and the NAAC with a reference that how we can prepare for the NAAC with reference to NEP as well as what could be the best practices thereof. Before I begin, I would wish to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Ramarao sir, Dr. Nagaraj Reddy sir, Dr. Sadanand sir, Dr. Parinita ma'am and Dr. Vijayalakshmi madam for roping us all together for this excellent initiative for and aimed towards the learning. So shall we begin? Let's begin.
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. Now, what do we see here? Like participants can unmute or they can send me a message. No response.
Sir, some person. Yeah, tiresome person.
A person at the office thinking something about the policies and the management, and he is very much tired also.
Because of seeing too much file, he is very tired and having headache.
Very much tired person at office.
Person need to complete within the time his target. Thinking about his target within the period of time.
Ninath sir.
Sir, disconnect ಆಗಿದೆ sir.
Ninath sir has getting, I think it is not, let's wait.
Sir posted a message asking for 3 minutes to give him time to reconnect.
Okay. So most of the persons are indicating about the stress that is being visible on the slide. Fine.
So we'll be starting the session very soon. Sir will be reconnected. So I request the participants to mute your microphone so that there won't be any disturbance.
There is some connection issues with respect to the resource person, Dr. Ninath Zala. So kindly wait till the connections get solved. So there is one more response. After completion of all his work, he is getting exhausted. Good. Nina sir is
joined.
able to hear you. You can share the PPT, sir.
No, sir. Girish sir will share the screen now. We have a backup of the PPT. So sir is going to share the screen.
My
very
apologies
soon,
for
ma'am.
the power surge, ma'am.
It's okay, sir. It's all right.
No
It
problem.
happens.
So, by the time the screen gets shared,
Yes.
just to begin with, there was a pic on the screen, and it indicated something. So I had asked the question that what did it indicate? What do you think?
Sir, earlier it was many people, they sent the message and also they were saying that it is solved because of the stress of the day's work, something of that nature.
Right, very right. So basically, a person who is stressed, a person who is in tension. So when a person is stressed, a person is in tension, and at that point of time, we are to look at extension. And most of the times, for any educational institutions, extension and that too the best practices of extension happen to be one of the challenging aspects that produce attention. By the end of this session today, we will ensure for all of us that the extension activities and the best practices therein are definitely not which are to be tensed about. So with that background and connecting the entire scenario, just a second. Can I share the PPT from the mobile? Any help for me?
Yes, sir. Girish, what's happening? Are you able to screen that, Girish?
Yes, it is shared. No, sir. Ninad,
Sir, we are sharing, sir.
Sir,
Okay,
Ninad,
okay,
sir.
Asif,
okay.
I'm sharing
I'll
it.
just stop
Asif.
that. I'll do that. I'll stop that.
Hello?
Asif, I'm sharing it. Wait.
Okay, okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Now it's there, I believe. Sir, can we go to the next screen, please? Yes, thank you.
In Mali.
Right. So connecting the extension services, the new education policy that has come, and the NAAC requirements. On the page 6 of the policy, it has been written that the extension should be done in the spirit of service. On page 7, extension has been practically defined in the policy as education as a public service. And if we actually go through the extension or the entire policy, we find total 6 occurrences of this term extension. Now, with these 6 occurrences, we have to look at our performance, not only in terms of the NAAC, but also in terms of gelling well with the new education policy. A question which has always struck me is that in these 6 occurrences, the entire extension or the outreach or the service orientation, as we say, has been included. The aim of this entire policy has been the holistic and multidisciplinary education. Now, again, with the current pandemic situation and even otherwise. The holistic and multidisciplinary education has always been a gray area or an area of concern in our country. Starting from Shantiniketan days or maybe even earlier to till date, we all have talked, looked, and tried to work on the holistic and multidisciplinary education. But seldom an attempt has been made to assess the impact or to assess whether such kind of multidisciplinary and holistic education has ever happened or not. In Sanskrit, it has been said that sa vidyaya vimukta, education that liberates. And here, we are not even liberated from our own egos. In that context, we look at the spirit of service, of extension, not me but you, which is the basic spirit of the NSS, which the Honorable Chairman Sir also remarked in his presidential remarks. In that context, we have to look at extension. Next slide, please. Yeah. So when we say extension, we mean that it is serving the community through extension, which is a social responsibility. And it also is of value, which is to be demonstrated by the institutions, which is a major aspect. Now, this has got a direct linkage with the NAAC key indicators 3.6 and 3.7 both. So what we are trying to understand here in terms of the NEP and the NAAC is some activities which are helpful to the society and they possess a core value, or rather a demonstrable core value of the higher educational institution. So if we are to start a certification program or a value-added program, that does not become extension activity. But if we initiate a certification program for the community at the community level, it may be thought of as the extension activity. Now, in that reference, if we look at the entire scenario, the key indicators that one needs to look at are the 3.6 and 3.7. Next, please. So, the core question which always a higher education institution has to ask itself is, what exactly are extension activities? And to help us look at what are these activities, I would say that extension activity is basically, number one, a learning activity. Now, when we say learning activity, I'm very clear, it is not a teaching activity. There is a difference between teaching and learning. Second, it builds sensitivity. Now, we know we all have been to the classrooms, and probably even now we are into classrooms situations. We try to teach. And in human resource management, in the field of training and development, in the field of capacity building, we always say that horses can be trained, human beings learn. There's a difference between the humane approach, and that is what makes the activity an extension activity. The sensitivity present in an activity towards the community where the institution is located is essential. Third criteria is it looks at issues and problems. It basically, extension activity is a problem solving or a problem supporting activity. In the context that if there is a problem of waterlogging in an area, through an extension activity, we can use gypsum content to be sprayed in the soil across that particular small village or a town and reduce the water retention in that area. That could be an extension activity. Very important and very critical in the present times, and that which goes in coherence with the new education policy is the localness of the extension activity. If you look at this slide, you must be looking that the G and L are highlighted in red. G stands for global, L stands for local. And we are looking at global. That means you have to do or perform an extension activity which has a global relevance, yet it is locally helpful or supportive. So in that reference, the activities that you think of, that we design, we try to implement, should be globally relevant and locally acceptable, locally also sensitive. Any activity that is extension activity can never be non-value based. It has to have the values of social justice, of empowerment, of truthfulness, of brotherhood, probably all the values that are mentioned in the preamble of our constitution essentially need to be reflected in the extension activities. The last 2 points, commitment and service orientation, as well as the utility value to the learner in the community, are something which are always questioned. Because as an education institution, if we look, then teachers are employees, students are students, they are not children. Now, if this could be the articulation, then when we actually go and implement the extension activities, it will never ever help. And it is the entire aspect of, this entire aspect of change or modification in the thought patterns, which is essential to implement a excellent extension activity and to make it a best practice. In the policy as well as with the NAAC manuals, it has been said that extension activity should be integrated with the curricula as extended opportunities. So we need to provide regular extended opportunities intended to help, serve, reflect, and learn. See, there are 4 parameters. The intention is to help, intention is to serve, intention is to reflect on what we have been doing and how it can be done better by that learning process. And therefore, this curriculum extension interface has an educational value, particularly in the rural areas. And hence, I would wish all the participants here today to look at one small homework. We all give the homework or home assignments to our students. So considering all of us as students on the other side of the bench today, I would request all of you to please enlist the activities, what could be done, which are socially relevant, which are having these 6 components. Next, please. Yeah. In any extension activity, the most important element is that of collaboration. So you need to have closer contact with the work field, and it should provide a realistic learning opportunity to the person or to the students or to the teachers or to the educational institutions which are involved in the implementation of the extension activity. So the question is that how do we seek collaboration? So we can have collaboration with academic institutions or the industries locally. or with any other NGOs or with any such organized body which is probably having a presence amongst the community where our college, where our institution is located. And the activities could range from trainings, from student and faculty exchange, research and resource sharing, to anything. But this has to have a community backup to that. It's not just between two educational institutions or two organizations to collaborate. The collaboration must be beneficial backend. And for the purposes not only of compliance to the NAAC A&A process, but also for your own goodwill. A formal agreement has to be done between the parties who are involved in the extension. Next, please. Okay, so this is basically the metrics which looks at the key indicators where extension activities and collaboration, if you see, are almost for the autonomous institutions at the 50 points, whereas collaboration happens to be 20. So 70 points are included there. And believe me, 70 points is a huge margin to go for a higher gradation like A+. Next, please. In the QNM 3.3.2, there's been mentioned that the number of awards and recognitions received for extension activities by the teachers from the government bodies and the recognized people. So it says that the total number of awards and recognitions received for extension activities from government and recognized bodies year-wise during the last 5 years. So this is what we are looking at. Now here, a question which generally comes to several institutions is that there is a lot of employee turnover. And in that context, we must understand that institutions are perpetual, not the individuals. And therefore, the awards should be to the institutions, to the colleges, to the universities, to the autonomous bodies, and not to the individual. I, as Ninad, am not supposed to have the award. If I'm getting an award, it's good. But if I am awarded, I cannot put that into the NAAC criterion, or it cannot be gelling well with the new education policy norms. And therefore, the awards have to be very carefully looked at. A brief description is to be written, and the reason for award also has to be mentioned in that frame. Next, please. Another criterion suggests the number of extension and outreach activities conducted by the institution through NSS or NCC or any other such bodies. And it should also have the linkage with the national programs of gender or Swachhta Abhiyan or the HIV/AIDS interventions and all. Again, that's the number for 5 years. So what we need to write is the program title, the brief description of it and the need therein, and what impact at community level do we have out of the programs of extension that we are trying to implement. And hence, as I said earlier, the assessment of impact of all the extension programs, of all the NSS-based activities, of all the NCC-based activities, of all the community support systems that we are trying to create should be studied. And here, there should be innovation. Say, for example, we are to organize a blood donation camp as an extension activity. And generally in a blood donation camp, we do a campaigning. We have certain posters mentioned in the community. We go 3-4 times prior. On the day of the camp, some of the people come, they donate blood and they go out. Now, this is the regular approach. How do we innovate in that? Can we think of having certain film-based discussions or street theaters going on at the site of the blood donation camp when the people come? Can it reinforce the voluntariness of blood donation into the community? This could be a innovation. Next, please. Yeah. So the earlier one. Another such criterion looks at the number of students participating. Now, in the national education policy, the new one, it is mentioned that the participation of the end beneficiary, of the most important stakeholder, that is the student, is very, very critical. Same also is expected by the NAAC. So if you match these two, what you get is a wonderful thing. Not only in terms of a participation of the student, but also the impact which it will have on the students. So these two things can be done simultaneously. And the thought that we must put in as a higher education institution is, what should we do to increase the participation? Because this is always the query. We always ask that students' participation is reducing or decreasing or limited. We should always be asking the question to our own selves as academic people or people involved in the profession of teaching, or to rephrase it, please forgive me if I'm getting a bit harsh, into the business of teaching or into the industry of teaching. We must ask that how do our customers, that is the students, make best use of the opportunities provided? So if we look in that frame, then we will also be profiting our own educational institutions in terms of the innovative practices for the extension. Next, please. As I had said, that this innovation requires a lot of collaborative efforts. So collaboration has to be done not only within the departments of the college, but also outside the educational institution at different levels. And whenever we collaborate, we must have in writing on stamp paper evidences of the collaborative practices that we are trying to do. The most important aspect of a collaborative approach of extension, or the most important prerequisite to have effective extension activities, is trust. We must trust the community with which we are to conduct or which we are to do the extension activities. And that is the core of it. And when we say trust, the NAAC or the NEP, they both do not work without evidence. The entire system of NAAC as well as NEP activities is an evidence-based mechanism. And therefore, whatever we do must have an evidence to it. Next, please. Yes. I was just going through the chat and there was a question whether the interdepartmental collabs, they do work or not. Definitely not within campus, sister institutions, on paper, such kind of collabs, they do not fit the bill. Let us be very clear that the extension has to be looked at from the point of view of supporting the community, not as a compliance mechanism only. And this is where we need to institutionalize the extension activities. One such way of institutionalizing the extension activities, or to make the extension activity itself a best practice, is preparing the annual extension activity calendar. A very simple thing, just like we have the academic calendar, we can make the annual extension activity calendars, submit it or display it on the website of the college, and we simply have to try and follow the calendar as much as possible. That will also help us in the linkages within the department for the academic purposes. Next, please. Yeah. Now, the most important part. What care must be taken? And I believe this part will answer a couple of the queries that are already raised. The first one is extension works with the people, not for the people. And when we say extension works with the people and not for the people, we mean that we are to support the community, we are to support our stakeholders, not prepare the pizza, not fish for them and give them the fish. No, that's not to be done. All extension activities are accountable to its clients. See, I'm using the word clients very carefully, because when there is a client in front of us, we are answerable and accountable to all the activities or actions that we undertake. So, extension is accountable to its clients, the people who are to get the ultimate benefit of it. It is a two-way link. We learn from the community learns from us, benefits from us. It also is a link of research to practice. And in that context, one of the best practices that we can look at is the research publications that the educational institution can do based on the extension activities that are to be implemented or that are being implemented. Without the cooperation of the beneficiaries, of the people, extension activities are a strict no. If people don't cooperate into the activity that the HEI is doing, then it's a humble request, don't do it. And finally, for all subjects, irrespective of the nature of the subject, the extension brings back theory from the field implementation. And that is what would help any HEI to gather a lot of evidential processes in reference to the NEP as well as the NAAC and document it as a best practices. And with a small, adage that could identify the best practices in extension based on my experience, I would say that the extension best practice is an activity that extends the learning of the lesson. Whatever we have learned, if that is extended and materialized, ingrained, understood, and utilized by our learners, by our children, by our students, by the community at large, then that is a extension best practice. With this quick short views of extension and the related aspects on best practices for the NAAC and the NEP, I would end the session. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening patiently. I hope that the extension is now no more attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful session, sir. I must say that you have given insightful thoughts about extension activities, best practices with regard to national education policy. That too with the real life examples. And you have clearly explained how we can connect the extension activities of the institution to the community at large. Yes, on this note, I would like to read out some of the questions to you. We have a couple of questions that are posted in the chat box.
Please,
so shall we
please.
go for Q&A session? Yes.
Yeah.
So this is a question from Professor Cheluppa and as well as Padma Lochana K.
Yeah.
So the question goes, what kind of extension activities can be undertaken by the urban and as well as rural institutions?
What kind of activities can be undertaken by the urban institutions?
Yes, sir. Urban and as well as rural institutions.
Right. See, the list of extension activities, if you want, I can definitely share in the WhatsApp group, not an issue. My only concern is that rather than asking ourselves what kind of activities can be done, can we ask the same question to the people with whom we are going to perform the extension activities? Yeah, I'm looking at a very different dimension. With the students or with the community at large, can we ask them what is their need? Because an extension activity has to be need-based. So, say for example, if there is a an area which is a heavy rainfall area, and if we are trying to do rainwater harvesting as an extension activity in that area, that might not be very successful. Or if there is a desert area and if we are trying to do step irrigation in that area as an extension activity, might not be successful. But if there is a youth group which is educated yet not getting good employment, providing them with skill building options could be an extension activity, and that could be an innovative one. So these are the kind of activities that we can look at, especially responding to the urban part. See, most of the times, this is a huge question which sir has raised, that urban colleges are to do certain extension activities. There are pockets in the urban areas which are underserved or not so. We can focus on those areas, do a need assessment, and then conduct the activities to satisfy those needs or to cater to those problems.
I hope the question is answered. Yes. Shall we move on to the next question, sir? Yes, Kamala ma'am. Yes, you can ask your question.
Hello, can I ask, sir?
Yes, please ask.
So look, it was a fantastic presentation you gave. So I was completely engrossed in observing it. Now you said extension activity should have a local understanding and it should have a global connection too. That's right. Fantastic. But what I feel is, because there's a lot of ambiguity and other things, because extension activity is not a one-day activity that is done in a college.
Very true.
Okay, it is a long-term activity. After doing the long-term activity, once the NAAC comes, and if it is considered as not appropriate or it cannot be taken for the marks and other things, so the entire effort is a waste. Therefore, rather than I can say it is not a waste, but we feel from the point of view of marks, it may be we are losing it. Okay, therefore, can we have a mechanism, if you can put it across the NAAC or whatever, wherever, can we have a mechanism wherein we can send a proposal to NAAC every year in the beginning before we start extension activity? If the NAAC approves that, And we can send a proposal with what is the nature of activity, what is the methodology, and other things. See, getting the number of marks, verifying everything is, yes, it is in your hand. The activity, approval of the kind of activity, why should we not do it? I think that would save our time and also the value.
Yeah, I do understand your concern, ma'am. Now, there are two responses which I wish to share. The first response in terms of the NAAC approaches, NAAC is not an approving body. It is a body which assists us to improvise on our existing stance. And if you go through the website of NAAC and the manuals of NAAC, there is one very good booklet which NAAC has already published on the extension activities and the best practices. That could serve as a guide. As of the plan that is concerned, I would suggest that we can actually do the activities, or rather, do the plan, do, check and act. PDCA approach can be taken up by any of the educational institutions, and it is always by trial. There's always by trial and error. So once we do a particular activity, then again we the things that come from it. I understand that your question comes from the root that we have never done an impact assessment, and that is what I was trying to share even earlier, that we must have the assessment of impact on a regular basis to be done. So if we assess the impact of our previous activities, this could be done in a more effective way.
This meeting is being recorded. Okay. Sir, we have another question. So we have another question from
Yes. Please, ma'am.
If a webinar is conducted in collaboration with external agency, will it be counted as a collaboration or an extension activity?
Come again, I couldn't get the question. Will the...
If a webinar is conducted in collaboration with external agency, will it be counted as an extension activity?
No, webinar is not an extension activity at all.
Yes. And then it is one more question we have, sir, from Dr. Ravi Vijaya. So this is very relevant to the present situation. She asks, what sort of extension activities can be conducted during the pandemic?
Yeah, very, very interesting question. And especially with my social work background, I would put it that there is no activity which cannot be done in the pandemic situation. Whatever activities that we were earlier doing can essentially be carried out in any pandemic, any emergency situation. Only care that we need to take is that we must follow all the guidelines for healthcare. There is nothing special about the the pandemic situation not being able to or stopping us from doing an extension activity. Say, for instance, as a part of my college's extension activity, there is a group of social work students which is regularly, since almost 11 months, 12 months, they are doing counseling sessions and providing music therapy to several COVID positive patients in the COVID ward. Now, this is what we had not thought of earlier at any point of time as an extension activity, but we are doing it. And that probably, I don't know, I might be writing it as a best practice when I'm to submit the next AQA. Sujata madam is smiling.
So, okay, thank you very much, sir. Due to the paucity of time, we will not be able to take the other questions. If possible, those questions will be answered at the end of the program. So we will move on to the second session of the
Can I ask last one question, madam?
Yes, yes, sir. Can go ahead.
Sir, you told about the extension activities. It will come in criteria 3 and criteria 7. What is the difference, sir?
Yes. So the question is, we have extension activities in both third and seventh criterion, sir. So what is the basic difference between these two?
Sir, you are muted.
Sir, it has to be unmuted, sir.
Okay. Seventh is basically about your best practices. So out of 10 activities that you mentioned in 3, pick up one which is the best at your level. Describe that at length in a format which is already predetermined by the NAAC, and that description has to be put in the 7th. So to give you a very simple example, I have got 7 shirts and 2 coats with me. I am to go to a marriage. So I tell that I've got 7 shirts, 2 coats. When I go to a marriage, I pick up the best shirt and the best coat and display it there in the 7th. That's how it is. Though it's not easy, you do understand. That's practically what it is.
Madam, excuse me, madam.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Madam?
Yes, sir.
Madam, I am Manovaran from Madurai.
Okay, sir.
Principal of Mannar Thirumalai Nayakar College, Madurai. Okay, ma'am. I want a small clarification from the resource person. Regarding awards, what type of award is accepted by the NAAC while they are visiting the campus? Say, for example, only the state government award or central government award alone accepted, or the NGOs or our own institution give some of the award to the faculty members. Which type of award is accepted by the NAAC?
So institutional awards are acceptable. Individual awards are not.
Only.
See, for instance, if you are conferred the Bharat Ratna, it is you who are being conferred.
Oh.
Right. It doesn't count towards the institutional growth.
Okay, sir. Only institutional award is alone taken into account for NAAC.
Yes, sir. Institutions are perpetual.
Oh, individual faculty award is doesn't consider. Yes. Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Sir, very good morning. This is Miran speaking, sir.
Yes, sir. Go
Hello.
ahead.
One kind suggestion, madam.
Yes, sir.
Better you post the list of extension activities in group. It could be better, so that every institution can follow. Because something we do not know, though we are in rural background. What are the things to be done, we do not know. Still yet we are learning. So it's my kind suggestion.
Srivalabha? It's available in the website and we can do that. No problem with that.
Okay, sir. We'll definitely do that. So thank you very much, sir, for your patience to answer all our participants' questions.
Vijayalakshmi, unmute yourself.
Sorry. So that was really a wonderful session, sir. So thank you very much again. So we shall now move on to the session 2. So now we are very happy to have with us today Dr. Sujata P. Shanbhag, presently working as NAAC advisor, Bangalore. She holds postgraduate degree in education from Regional Institute of Education, Mysore, with specialization in educational technology and special education. Her PhD work was focused on child development, for which she has chosen to work with socially disadvantaged children. She has a doctoral degree in education from Karnataka University, Dharwad. Out of her sheer interest towards research, she joined as a junior project fellow of NCERT and moved on to the Education Division of Planning Commission, Government of India, New Delhi. She has also worked in the Project Evaluation Office of Planning Commission, Bangalore. She has over 15 years of experience in research, educational planning, and quality assurance. She has coordinated more than 1,000 assessment and accreditation visits across the country and has contributed extensively to the development of manuals, state-wise analysis, and different guidelines of NAAC. Over years, she has also organized several awareness programs, training programs, post-accreditation programs, and capacity building programs. Nominated under faculty exchange programs, she has undergone training in assessment and accreditation in Australia and in Malaysia. She has also co-authored and authored papers presented in various national and international conferences. Now, I request Dr. Sujata P. Shanbhag to give an overview of NAAC assessment and accreditation process. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I think you have to give me the permission to host my, share my screen.
Girish sir, please make Madam co-host so that the
Asif?
Madam.
Asif.
He will do that. He will do that.
Principal, National College, IQAC coordinator, and other teaching fraternity present here. Namaskar, one and all. Today, I'm going to speak about the NAAC assessment and accreditation process and how it helps the institutions to improve the quality. Just a minute, I will just share my PPT. NAAC believes that quality is primarily the responsibility of higher education institutions, and institutions which understands itself will be able to excel in the quality journey. And NAAC assessment and accreditation process and the philosophy is ameliorative and enabling rather than punitive or judgmental. And it helps the institutions to empower itself and to maximize their resources, opportunities, and capabilities. The institution which understands itself will be able to excel. Understanding the importance of self-evaluation, NAAC has adopted A&A process with self-evaluation followed by external evaluation. In line with international practices, NAAC has developed A&A process suiting to the Indian context. The vision of NAAC is to make the quality the defining element of higher education in India through a combination of self and external quality evaluation, promotion, and sustenance initiatives. As mentioned in the vision statement, self-evaluation is an integral part of NAAC assessment and accreditation process. HAIs, while evaluating themselves, will understand their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges. Once you know about your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges, you can plan how to strengthen the strength and to overcome the weaknesses. You can also plan to fully use the opportunities and face the challenges. Higher education institutions may plan to utilize optimally the resources available with them and can plan to mobilize the resources further. In this self-evaluation process, HIs will be able to identify their best practices and internalize them. The best practices institutionalized will go a long way in strengthening the quality enhancement activities of higher education institutions. Best practices are those practices which enhances the quality of the institution and add value to the institution and its various stakeholders. Best practices are institution specific and depends on the context of the institution. It differs from institutions to institution. It is observed that institutionalization of best practices have resulted in commendable improvements in the quality of higher education institution. Self-evaluation also helps the higher education institutions to look at their teaching learning process and initiate an innovative way and the modern methods and technology-enabled pedagogy. Self-evaluation will help the institutions to have its own benchmarking and plan to achieve them and raise the benchmarks and try to excel. The self-study preparation, collection of data and documents are essential to be the teamwork. In this process, all teachers, staff, management and other stakeholders will work together and which builds a sense of belongingness and collegiality in campus. HIs will get maximum benefit only if the self-study report is done by them adopting the self-evaluation method and involving all the stakeholders and not through the consultants. If you engage a consultant, then you will not reap the benefits of self-evaluation. Though the external accreditation agencies inform where the institution stands in quality, but long-lasting improvements in quality cannot come about only by external evaluation. Hence, NAAC advocates the establishment of IQAC in all the accredited institutions. Having internal quality assurance system is important even in non-accredited colleges and to build quality culture in their institution. And NAAC has introduced one of the metric on internal quality assurance in its A&A framework. NAAC has been instilling a momentum of quality consciousness amongst higher education institutions, aiming for continuous improvement through internal quality assurance cell. Accredited institutions may use their quality label for brand building. It also provides reliable information on quality of education offered by the institution to the stakeholder, especially to the students and parents, to choose the institutions, to employers to select the best candidate. NAAC accreditation or the grade will help the students and the employer to select their institution or the best candidate for employment. Realizing the importance of IQAC, UGC is funding IQACs of accredited HIs to sustain quality culture. UGC, RUSA, DST, DBT, NCT, and other governmental agencies are using the NAAC accreditation status for further funding. Under the scheme of UGC, colleges with potential for excellence and universities with excellence and even to offer distance mode, these government agencies are looking for NAAC accreditation, and NAAC accreditation is one of the criteria to give this status. NAAC has identified 5 core values. Those are contributing to national development, fostering global competencies among students, inculcating a value system among students, promoting the use of technology, and all these will result in quest for excellence. These core values are inbuilt and it is crisscrossing all the criteria of NAAC A&A framework. Let us look at the highlights of the present A&A framework. As all of you are aware, NAAC has started online assessment and accreditation from June 2017. And this is completely automated A&A process. And the applications to the NAAC from the submission of IIQA, SSR, even the DVV process and selection of peer team members, everything is done through the system. And it is completely online. There is no submission of hard copy to the NAAC. Even if you have any problem or issues, you have to raise it through the system and through the HEI portal, which will be created on registration with NAAC. It is a benchmarked process, and there is a stage called pre-qualification stage. Once the quantitative evaluation is over, this stage will be decided, and this is the deciding factor for the peer team visit. It is a data-driven assessment and accreditation framework where the DVV process play an important role. And one more thing which has been introduced in this present framework is online student satisfaction survey. As most of you are aware that it has 7 criteria, which are the dimensions encompassing academic, administrative, and management activities of the HEIs. All the activities of the HEIs are covered under these 7 criteria. And these 7 criteria are delineated into further key indicators, and key indicators are specific functional aspects within each key aspect, so each criteria. And each indicators are further divided into metrics, which are actual tasks or operations carried out in the institutions. These metrics are 2 types. One is qualitative metric, wherein you will be explaining about your processes, and those are evaluated by the peer team members. And the other one is quantitative metrics, where you provide the data, documents, and data template, and it is evaluated by the third party DVV partners. This is a nutshell of the A&A process of NAAC. It begins with the submission of IIQA. IIQA, in the process, there may be clarifications are sought from the institutions if the institution has not submitted all the required documents and data. And after that, if everything is in line, then it is accepted. Otherwise, it will be rejected, and the rejected institutions can apply once again to NAAC. If they apply within 1 year, then they can use the same fee, and it is applicable for 2 more attempts only. And if the institutions apply it within 1 year from the date of rejection of the IIQA. If IIQA is accepted, the institutions have to submit the self-study report, and the time starts counting from this time. To submit the self-study report, 45 days are given to the higher education institutions. Once the self-study report is submitted, it will be assigned to the NAAC official and to DVV partner. Everything is done by the system, and even the student satisfaction survey will start. All the 3 activities will happen as soon as the institution submit the self-study report. And once I will be explaining about these activities later on. Once the DVV process is over, it will be subject to the pre-qualification stage. That is, if in the quantitative metrics, excluding student satisfaction survey, if the institutions attain 25% score in the quantitative metrics, they will be declared as pre-qualification passed. And those institutions, NAAC will send the peer team members for the quantitative metrics evaluation. If they fail in this stage, the HEI should apply again with IIQA and they have to follow all the procedures. And once they are passing this, the peer team will be sent and they will submit the report to NAAC. And after completion of student satisfaction survey, peer team visit and the quantitative metrics, the system will calculate the institutional CGPA against the benchmark and the weightages, and the CGPA of the institution will be calculated and grade will be calculated, and it is formally announced in the standing committee, normally which meets once in a month. To go through the A&A process, every institutions have to register with NAAC, and once they register, they will have the HEI portal, and you can register. You can go through the NAAC website, and under apply, there is a button. You can click on that, apply, and this page will open. And if you are already registered, you have to write the email ID and the password. Otherwise, you have to register again, register with NAAC. And in the registration, if you are already accredited, then you have to write yes. Otherwise, you will be recognized as Cycle 1 institutions. The institutions which are already accredited have to write yes. And during the registration, you need AISHE ID and the certificate. I would like to say here, when you register, you have to register with the institutional email ID. Otherwise, what happens if you register with personal email ID, once the person leaves the institutions, then you will not be able to receive the communication from NAAC, as NAAC sends all the communications to the registered email ID only. If the institutions are second cycle institutions or the subsequent cycle institutions, they have to write their previous accreditation details and they have to register. Once the institution registers with NAAC, they will receive a link in the registered email ID, and they have to click the link within 7 days from the receipt of that link. Otherwise, this link will be deactivated. In that case, you have to write to NAAC, to the NAAC help desk, so that NAAC will send another link. Once you activate this link, you will get the user ID, which is your email ID registered, and the password, and you can change the password immediately once you get the password. And these user credentials are very unique, and it should be kept with the responsible persons. Once you register, the institutions will have their HEI portal unique to that particular higher education institutions. It is not mandatory that if you register immediately you have to submit the IIQA. No, you need not submit the IIQA, but it will be useful for the subsequent cycles institutions to submit the AQAR, or if they want to come for reassessment. And first cycle institutions can raise the queries through the portal if they have any doubt or if they have any problem. This is the things which are there in the IIQA. IIQA contains the basic institutional eligibility criteria, affiliation, related data, and the academic data input, and the institution should pay the fees. Then they have to submit the IIQA. The IIQA is looked at this for the compliance by the higher education institutions, whether they are complying to the university to which it is affiliated or not, or the statutory regulatory authorities, whether they have the recognition from them. If the institutions are offering professional programs, like if they have B.Ed program, they have to get the recognition from the NCT, or if they have law, then the Bar Council of India's recognition, or if they are offering technical programs, BE, BTech, and they should have the AICT approval. If the institution doesn't provide these, then they may get, their IIQA may get rejected. As I have already told, if the IIQA is rejected, the institutions can come again twice with the same fee if they are applying within a year. These are the documents which are required when you submit the IIQA. Once you submit the IIQA, you will get again an email wherein it says you have to submit the self-study report within 45 days, and even in the portal it is visible. It says IIQA is approved, and you have to start filling the self-study report application through portal. This self-study report contains four parts. One is the executive summary, the other one is profile of the institutions, then the extended profile of institution, which is the common data which is required in the assessment and accreditation. The other one is quality indicator framework, wherein all the metrics are given. In the quantitative metrics, you have to give the data template and the supporting documents to evaluate those values which you are given in the quantitative metrics. And there is an optional metric. It is applicable to the colleges and not to the university. Before submitting the IIQA, I would like to say the institutions should go through all the documents which are available on the NAAC website and understand the metrics, go through the manuals and guidelines along with the standard operating procedures, which will clear the intent of the metrics and which will give you the idea which are the documents you have to submit along with those metrics. And you have to upload the relevant supporting documents. You keep all these supporting documents ready, the data template and the links which you have to give along with the data templates. All these things should be ready before the submission of the IIQA, because though you think 45 days are there to submit the self-study report, it is not sufficient if you are not ready with all these documents and data. In the application, you can find a tooltip which is in the form of a question mark. If you take the cursor on that, it tells you what is required or what is the capacity of the supporting document, the application supports, and other informations which are required to fill the self-study report. This is the screenshot of the self-study report application in the portal, and you can submit the self-study report. You can activate any of these tabs one by one, or you can even using the same password and the user ID, different persons of the institutions can fill different parts of the self-study report. These are the questions in the extended profile, which are common to all the metrics. Normally, these comes as a denominator. Here you can see on clicking on the extended profile, the extended profile page has been opened, and you can see you can upload the data template over here, and it shows how much you have completed filling the self-study report. These are the weightages assigned to different types of institutions: university, autonomous colleges, and affiliated constituent colleges. These are the 7 criteria which are used in the assessment of an institutions. There are 5 kinds of quantitative metrics. First kind is that quantitative metrics which seeks year-wise data for the last 5 years. For example, average percentage of full-time teachers with PhD. Here you have to give every year how many teachers are with PhD. It is not that you will be giving in that year who have availed the PhD or earned the PhD. No, on that particular year, how many teachers are with PhD. You have to give the value. Accordingly, you have to submit the data template, and you have to upload the supporting document. One type of metric is that it will ask for the year-wise data. The other type is, though it is 5 years data, it will not ask year-wise data. It will be asking in a block year. During that 5 years, what has happened or what is the average data. For example, whether how many programs are having CBCS system or elective course system. And third kind is the multiple choice questions, wherein you will be telling you have done only for one choice, or you have done for the 2 choice or 3 choice, and so on. It is multiple choice question. And the fourth one is quantitative metrics which ask for the latest completed academic year data. For example, percentage of students undertaking project work, field work, or the internship. You have to give the last completed academic year, how many students have undertaken the project work. It will be asking for the only 1 year data, but it is the latest completed academic year. Fifth one is, you need not give any data here in this particular metric, but you might have given the value already in the extended profile metric. The data and the value will be taken from the extended profile metric, and this type of metrics are normally the ratio. Student full-time teacher ratio, or student computer ratio, or teacher mentor ratio. NAAC calculates the score of the institution based on the benchmarks. It assigns the values and looks at the value where it fits in the benchmark continuum, and accordingly scores will be assigned by the system. As already told, each quantitative metric, you have to upload the supporting documents. And most of the quantitative metrics requires data templates. In the data templates, certain aspects are sought from the institution, and you have to write in the same way. You cannot change the columns or the rows, or you cannot add the extra rows into the data template. And somewhere the data templates may be combined with 2 or 3 metrics which are of similar or related metrics. And we have developed the standard operating procedures for separate manuals separately, and these are very important, and you have to read these things before you prepare the supporting documents and the data templates. In these standard operating procedures, we have told what is expected of the institutions. This is the format of a data template, wherein here we have asked for the program code, program name, and year of introduction. And in the last column, you can give the link to the relevant documents. Here I would like to say, when you give the link, all the documents should be uploaded on the institutional website only and not on the third-party drive like Google Drive. And it should not be password protected. In that case, we will not be able to evaluate and we will not consider your claims. This is the another data template format. And once you complete your self-study report filling, you can opt for the non-applicable metrics. Maximum weightage of metrics that you can opt out should not exceed 30 weightage. And metrics with maximum of total 10 weightage per criteria can only be opted out. In a criteria, you cannot opt out more than 10 weightage, and totally you cannot opt out more than 30 weightage. And criteria 1, 2, 7 and all qualitative metrics are essential and institution cannot opt it out. Metrics identified as optional are only can be opted out, and this is available on the website. This is the page where you can opt out, which are the metrics which you can opt out will be popped up once you click on select optional metrics, and you can decide which metric you want to opt out. Data validation and verification process is very important. It is a game changer. Once you submit the self-study report, the SSR is assigned to a DVV partner until the partner has conflict of interest. That partner will be accepting the SSR. Once they accept, the DVV partners verifies the input provided by the institution in the extended profile as well as the quality framework. And they verify the value given by you along with the template information and the supporting data. And if there is any mismatch, and they even look at the secondary sources like AISH information provided by you in the AISH or NIRF or even AICTE, and including your institutional website. And if there is any mismatch or if it is not clear by the supporting documents what you have provided or the data template, the DVV partner will mark those metrics and they raise the question, they seek explanation or the additional document from the HEIs for further verification. And for this process, you will be given 45 days. And 15 days. And after completion of the DVV process, the inputs and responses for all those metrics and extended profile questions where queries were raised will be updated and finalized by the DVV partner based on the clarification provided by the HEI and the supporting documents provided. The deviation analysis report containing these things, inputs before DVV clarification and after DVV clarification, along with remarks, is included as annexure in the updated SSR of the institution. Institution during the clarification stage or immediately after the clarification stage, if you have any issue, you have to raise it in the IMS, so that before updating your institution values, you will have one more chance to tell the NAAC for correcting the things. This is the DVV process page screenshot. Here, DVV normally has 4 types of recommendations. One is the answer change, no answer change. That is whatever the institution has given, it has accepted. And here you can see for this HEI input was 2 of the above. The HEI told that they are doing 2 activities which are mentioned above, but DVV based on the supporting document, they said no, we could not get the supporting document for both the activities. It is only 1. But HEI during the clarification, they can say yes, 2 of things, but they have to give the supporting documents as required by the DVV partner. DVV partner will tell you specifically what you have to give. The same document which is requested by the DVV partner, you have to provide. And sometimes they may select few persons or few activities, and they may ask for the report or the supporting document for the particular selected activity or the persons. In that case, you have to give the select person's detail or the activity detail. If you fail to give even one, then the DVV will consider the value on the pro rata basis. Your explanation should be very precise and very clear. And when you give the supporting document, do not give the unnecessary or unwanted documents. Even if it is very bulky sometimes, then kindly highlight the document which supports the claim made by the higher education institutions. And the upload capacity is 5 MB only. DVV for clarification process, it is 15 days. If you cannot submit, what happens? You can ask for more time, but it will be provided only if there is a natural calamity or political disturbance or pandemic like now. Now, of course, NAAC is flexible, and whichever institution is asking for the time, we are giving due to this COVID situation. You have to contact NAAC through IMS only. If you fail to submit the response within 15 days, then we consider it as no response case, and your SSR will be withdrawn and the fees paid will be forfeited. So better you submit it within 15 days or ask for the extension. As I told, there are 4 types of values, 4 types of evaluation in the DVV. One is if you have given all the supporting documents and data template, the informations, the value is confirmed with the supporting document, then the DV will consider the institutional input only, and it is set as no answer change. But if there is a mismatch or it is incomplete support, then DVV suggests initially the value, and even after the clarification, if the institution fails to clarify the things or to provide the supporting data, then the DVV suggested input will only be recommended. And the third type is DVV suggests some input, but HEI clarifies and tells this is the data, this is the value, and these are the documents. They give the documents to prove their claims. Then DVV partner will accept the HEI clarification. And the fourth one is even after the clarification, the institution value will be changed by the DVV partner because of the lack of the supporting document. The institution should be truthful. They should give the correct data, and if there is any deviation, it can attract penalty. More than the penalty, it is about the trust. Once the DVV process is over, this will be subject to the pre-qualification stage, and the institution will be declared as pre-qualified, or it is not passed the pre-qualification stage. And I would like to reiterate certain things, that it is only 5 MB, which is you can upload, and if it is more, the document is more than 5 MB, then you have to upload it on the website and give the link and provide the link to the particular page only, not on the, it should not land on the website. The link should land on the particular document which is required to validate the claim. As I already told you, password protection should be avoided, and third party drive, putting on the data on the third party things also to be avoided. Wherever you provide the photographs, it should be geotagged. By chance, you have already taken the photograph without geotag, then you have to put the caption when the activity was conducted, the date, and what is the name of the activity and other things. If the documents are in English, other than English, kindly translate it in the English language, because the officers and the DVV partner will not be knowing all the regional languages. And the metrics which are related to the financial aspects, the value which we are asking lakhs, not the absolute amount. We are seeing some of the institutions give the absolute value. No, you have to give it in lakhs. You can refer the glossary, and as I have already told, the SOP, which is very important. And for all financial related metrics, you have to give the audited statement certified by CA and the head of the institution. In case of universities, it can be by CA and the FO. One more thing I would like to say is, in the IIQA, the institution should provide all the programs offered by the institutions. Of late, we are observing the institutions are not writing all the programs offered by the institutions in the IIQA, but it is not saying the programs are just started and not completed, 5 years or 6 years and have not produced 2 batches. It is not the case. In the IIQA, you have to provide the data as on date of submission of the IIQA. And you have to include all the programs offered by the institution, as NAAC is undertaking institutional accreditation and not the program accreditation. If you do like that, if you don't give all the programs, then it may get rejected in the later stage also. This you have, once the institution pre-qualifies, it will go for the peer team visit. Otherwise, they have to come up fresh. One important thing is the student satisfaction survey. For student satisfaction survey, you have to give the data of the students. At least 50% of students who are currently on the campus, but better you have to give at least 60 or 70% of the students data. Here you have to give the data in an Excel sheet, and Excel sheet contains all these requires these information. You may not give the mobile number, but email ID is must, and it should be unique email ID and the enrollment ID, student name. If it is repeated, then it may reject. And in each 500 students information you can give, and if it is more than 500, you have to do it in the separate Excel sheet. Sorry, not the Excel sheet, Excel file. In single Excel file, it takes only 500 names in a sheet. You cannot give the another 500 students' name in the next sheet. No, it should be the separate Excel file. And if the response from the students, if we receive at least 10% of the students or 100, then it will be considered. For the colleges. For universities, it is either 10% of the response of the students or 500, whichever is lesser. If it doesn't fulfill this, then this metric will not be considered for evaluation. It will, the score on this metric will be 0. Hence, it is advised the HEI should tell the students that the HEI has submitted the self-study report, and the students may get the email for their feedback. And they have to be alert in this matter. Normally, this student satisfaction survey will be completed within 1 month. Once the institution is pre-qualified, they have to pay the second installment fees and the logistic fee, and they have to tell about the 3 convenient dates for the peer team visit, and they have to inform about the nearest hygienic hotel and nearest airport and railway station to finalize the peer team for the peer team visit. And once the peer team visit happens and they submit the report to NAAC, system generates the CGPA and grade, and the grade is according to the CGPA, grade of the HEI will be decided. And once the A&A process is completed and the results are announced, the institution will have the peer team report as a qualitative report and statistical analysis of the quantitative metrics, wherein you will know which are the highly performed metrics and which are the low performed metrics. And the grade sheet, which gives your metric scores and criteria scores and the CGPA and the grade. NAAC has exclusive IMS for the institutions who are registered, you can submit your problems or issues, whatever there. You can submit those things through this support help desk. And here you can even upload this error page or the documents which you want to send it to NAAC for the better understanding of your issue. You can do so. If you are not registered with NAAC, you can send your queries to help desk. We have a dedicated help desk, and the email ID and the phone numbers are available on the NAAC website also. To end this, I would like to say the quality is an investment and not an expense, and together we invest on quality of higher education, and let us put our effort in the quality journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your simulating presentation. I think you covered the entire A&A framework step by step, especially the DVV process. As rightly put, it's a game changer. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experiences, ma'am. Shall we move on to Q&A session, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first question is whether you will give some additional days because of pandemic to upload SSR. This is from Rajesh from American College.
Yes. As I told already that during this pandemic time, we are giving time to submit the SSR as well as the clarification. For all the things, even the submission of AQR, any institution is asking for the time, we are providing the extension of time to the institutions.
Okay, ma'am. And one more thing, like it's mentioned in the website, ma'am, that the academic calendar is extended to December 2021. And if the SSR has to be submitted, so then whether it should be included till that year, if it, because some of the questions, as you pointed out, it's asked for the latest academic year data.
Yeah, due to the pandemic, we have extended the time academic year till December 2021 for those institutions where they have the 2021 academic year. Thinking that just now the academic year has started and they have not completed. If the academic year or the HAI should submit the self-study report on completion of that academic year. If it is not completed, they can ask the NAAC for extension of time. We will give to the HAIs for submitting the SSRs. They can include the data from June 2020 to December 2021.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
This is only for 1920 and 2021 academic years only.
Yes, thank you. And one more question was regarding the link uploading, but I think you have answered that question very well, ma'am. So moving on, next question is from Shilpa Chaudhary. How are system generated score calculated? Are there any benchmark by NAAC for converting data to score?
Yeah, it is there. One of my slide was on that. There are benchmarks for each metric and the value is placed on the appropriate benchmark value and the score is generated.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Where it fits in the benchmark.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And probably one more question on SSS is whether the student's personal email ID can be provided.
Yeah, here students' personal email ID only to be provided.
Okay, ma'am. And one more, I think, just came in. Madam, will that extension will be applied for AQAR also? I think you have answered that. Yes, yes, ma'am. So, shall we include webinars as we don't have offline conferences?
Yeah, online webinars can be included wherever it fits in the metric. However, they have to give the supporting document, maybe the screenshot or the communications and a brief report on that. They have to provide as a supporting document.
Yes, ma'am. So thank you. Anyone else who wants to ask, they can raise your hand and you can ask the question to ma'am. Anyone willing? Yes, ma'am. One more question. I
Hello,
think
madam.
in the chat box. Yes. Yes, you can
Hello.
go ahead.
Madam, after putting into DVV, what is the time limit, madam, to undergo any corrections?
DVV, once you submit the self-study report, the DVV partner will look in and they raise the questions. They will ask clarification from the HEI. And
Okay.
HEI has 15 days to answer the same.
Okay, 15 days time will be there.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
madam,
Thank you.
one more question is for SSS, should we provide data of 50% of total strength of students of all the programs or 50% of final year students of all the program of that particular year?
It is 50% of the student strength on the campus, means all the programs. Students of all the programs, all the year put together, it should be 50% of that. And this number is taken from the IIQA, wherein you will be writing total number of students in the IIQA. NAAC takes that as the total number of students in the institution.
Okay, ma'am. So anyone else? So I think somebody has raised their hand.
Madam, one question from Somshekar Tumkur, Siddhaganga College. So we have NAAC calendar from June to May. So last year and this year, now the second E1 semester has started and it will go up to September. For AQR, can we give all the programs conducted up to September?
Sir, for AQAR also you can consider for 1920 and 2021 till December 2020 or December 2021, sir. From June, for 1920, it is from June 19 to December 2020. Okay. And for 2021 academic year, from June 20 to December 2021. As in the case of SSR, the same way for the AQR also you can consider the things.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I don't see anyone else, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks.
So shall we move on to the next session?
So before we go on to the next speaker, shall we have a small break in which we can view something about our college?
Yes, sir. 5 minutes, I think 3 to 4 minutes, and probably the faculties or the participant can take a very quick 2 minutes break, sir. Yes, sir. Kindly share, sir.
I will share the screen.
Yes, sir.
So is it visible?
Yes, sir.
So we have these UG courses, and these are the PG courses we have. So the new 3 courses which have been introduced 2 years back, now they are running: BCA IoT, BCA Data Science, BSc Biomedical Electronics. And we're also providing the scholarships. These are the value-added courses in the Department of Computer Science. There are some add-on courses too, and additional activities. We have a tie-up with IEEE, and we have a branch of IEEE in the college. Student branch is there. It is serving the different types of activities we had. So we have NSS in our college as a major part of extension activity, and also we have NCC and the infrastructure, the vast library we have, multi-gym we have, and this is the beautiful landscape available for us, and a well-organized, well-maintained basketball court. So I think, thank you very much for your patient viewing.
Thank you, sir. So shall we move on to the next session, sir?
Yes, I think.
Yeah. So moving on, I'm honored and privileged to introduce the next speaker of the day, Dr. Leena Gahane. She'll be addressing the topic academic excellence on core education values, core foundation values. Dr. Leena Gahane presently working as a Deputy Advisor NAAC, posted at Bangalore. Previously, she has worked as a professor in physics as well as Dean Academics at ACET Nagpur and has teaching experience of 20 years. She has worked as active member of Board of Studies of Rashtra Sant Tukdoji Maharaj Nagpur University. She is a guide to RTMNU Nagpur University and guided one student for PhD. She has published 30 articles in national and international journals of high citation index. Her area of interest is superconductivity in reference to physical world as well as human life and nanofluids. She is a top academician, patriot, and well-known personality of national stature. She worked as member of National Study Team for unique study done on status of women in India in 2019 and has an opportunity to discuss findings of this study with Honorable President of India. She has delivered more than 755 lectures, seminars, webinars on many national, social, technical issues on academic, social, and organizational platforms. She has conducted series of 150 moral value stories on Facebook live daily during lockdown. She is a well-known freelance writer and written almost 1,000 articles, poems on many current issues in newspapers and magazines in Hindi and Marathi. Professor Leena is an active participant on many social media forums. And as an electronic media panelist, she raised female and social issues on TV channels. She is HR trainer for many sectors like KTC, PWD, Irrigation Department, and many more. Professor Leena is also an active member of social organization for women called Rashtra Sevika Samiti. That's quite an achievement, ma'am. We are honored that you are with us. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Shalini ji, for all your kind words. Let me share my presentation. Just to support my bandwidth, I will just switch off my video. I think my presentation is visible. Yes, Dr. Shalini?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
visible, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Namaskars to all. First of all, let me seek blessings from Bharat Mata. As we are aware of, we are facing the pandemic and the energy of universe, it has gone low, isn't it? So let us pray together that Sakala Jagat ka Mangala Karne, Jana Jana mein hum prema bhare, Vasundhara hai Mata sabaki, Vishwa Bandhuta bhav bhare, Vishwa Bandhuta bhav bhare. Vande Bharat Mataram. Whenever, whatever, however, what sort of support our nation wants, our society wants, let us stand together and support the way which we can. Today, in my presentation, I shall be talking on academic excellence on core foundation. See, if I want to build a building too high and strengthy, for that I need to look into what sort of soil it is. And there has to be a strong foundation so that it will sustain the whole weight of the building I want to build. Similarly, whenever we talk of an academia, the basic purpose of the education is to build the character, isn't it? And this character, which is built for an individual or for the student or to the human being, it has to serve the nation and the world as a whole. So it is very much necessary to look into what sort of values are being inculcated in the students so that whenever they complete their studies, they should be the responsible citizen of this very beloved nation. So let me take you to the genesis of NAAC, because NAAC works with 5 core values, which I shall be talking on. But before that, let us see how NAAC has came into existence and what is its scope of work. NAAC is an autonomous body and it came into existence as an outcome of NEP 1986 and Program of Action 1992. It was established by UGC in 1994. It is headquartered in Bangalore and it is governed by the Executive Committee and General Council. I would like to seek your attention to the data facts of AISHE 2018-19. Because after that, the pandemic started and due to that, the AISHE fact sheet, it has not come up. So looking into previous 2 years data fact sheet, the universities in our nation, it is 993. There are almost 40,000 colleges, almost 10,725 standalone institutions, of which 60%, 53% colleges are located in rural areas. Why I'm showing you or I'm discussing these figures? Because whenever we think of a quality culture of education in whole nation, we need to look into the demographic variation, or what you can say, how diversely our education institutions, they are situated. 77.8% colleges, they are privately managed, and 64.3% are private unaided colleges. If we look into the total enrollment ratio of the students in higher education, then it is 37.4 million students, they are enrolled to higher education, of which 19.2 million they are male and 18.2 are female students. So giving the values, inculcating the values among students across such a diverse education scenario, and thinking of it is in a very holistic and integrated way, it is really a big challenge. But let me share to you that for past 2.5 decades, NAAC is moving with a vision. Of course, this vision is very broad, but still it is working with to make quality a defining element of higher education institution in India through combination of self and external quality evaluation. In this vision statement itself, NAAC believes that the quality evaluation cannot be external. Rather, there has to be 50% of participation, or I can say the better half which can support this quality journey, it will be the internal quality or self-quality evaluation. Then there has to be the initiatives for promotion of quality, and whatever are the good activities initiated by the institution. Right now, National College, they have showcased how they are working, what is the quality culture, how is the educational culture of the institution. So also in the morning inaugural session, Dr. Ramappa, he told us that the first time in India, NSS activity was initiated at this very college, and then the government of India has taken it up. So sustenance of the initiatives which are beneficial to the stakeholder of the institution and the society at by and large, it has to be sustained and it has to be taken up in very positive way. So this is the vision statement of the NAAC. Looking into the vision statement, we find that it is very, very broad. बहुत मुश्किल लगता है, लेकिन I remember the poem, लिए साथ सबको शिखर पर चढ़े हम, सफलता हमारे कदम चूम लेगी. So it is not a part at one institution or at an individual. Rather, it is a collaborative activity. It has to be taken up in a very coordinated and disciplined way so that we reach the goal to make quality the defining element of higher education. And let me share with a proud that yes, NAAC is working, NAAC is moving step by step, and we are heading ahead towards the quality journey. Now a question may come to our mind, why to go for assessment and accreditation? What if the institution gets a grade? What will be the benefit, how the institution, it will get the benefits? Let me share to you that UGC had made accreditation to be mandatory. All higher education institutions, they have to go for assessment and accreditation. Even for continuation of affiliation, accreditation status is compulsory. So if we want some funds to come to the institution for the growth of the institution, then the accreditation status plays an important role. So if we want that UGC should fund our IQACs, then they will definitely look into whether the institution has gone for NAAC accreditation or not. So also other funding agencies like UGC, RUSA, DST, DBT, NCT, they are also looking for NAAC accreditation status for further funding. So also under the scheme of UGC, college with potential for excellence or university with excellence or open and distance learning, if the institution wants to apply, the accreditation or grading is essential. So also if the institution is willing to go for autonomy or graded autonomy or deemed to be university, in all these conditions, the accreditation status plays an important role. I mentioned to you about the vision. खाली सपने देखने से नहीं होगा. So we want to step ahead, take a step ahead towards reaching at least, a 1% to our vision. So NAAC is taking up all the action plans to reach our vision. So it arranges for periodic assessment accreditation of the institution. As the institution decides to go for A&A process, automatically the academic environment as well as teaching, learning and research culture of the institution, it gets stimulated. We all are aware of, whenever there is a marriage in our house, then it is not that जिस परिवार में शादी होती है वही परिवार सारा काम करता है. Rather, our extended family and all relatives, they come together and it is nothing but the marriage of whole kul, isn't it? Similarly, whenever the institution take up A&A process, the whole institution stand up. It's not that only the academicians or the faculties, they work hard for the A&A, the whole process. Rather, the stakeholders, even the our organizations or the institutions with which we have made a MOU, the society, all of them, they come together and it stimulates the academic environment for promotion of quality of teaching, learning and research in the higher education. Then to encourage the self-evaluation, accountability, autonomy, and innovations in higher education. See, the preparation of self-study report itself is encouraging the self-evaluation, isn't it? Whatever rightly pointed out by Dr. Shantak, whatever document or data you are providing, the institution is accountable for that. The full autonomy is given to the institution. Whatsoever activities they have taken up, they can provide as a data in the SSR. New innovations are also encouraged. Then we at NAAC, we also take a quality related research studies, consultancies and training program. So also we encourage the institution to go for this. Then we collaborate with the other stakeholders of higher education for quality evaluation, promotion and sustenance. Let me share with you that this particular sponsored webinar to the National College is one of the collaborative activity. The resource persons are from NAAC and the organizers are the institution. So definitely we are handholding with the institution to promote the quality culture and sustenance initiative. The whole focus of this assessment is the quality journey, the quality culture of the institution in terms of quality initiatives, quality sustenance, quality enhancement, and it is very much reflected in the vision, organization and operation processes of the NAAC. NAAC's conviction is that the self-evaluation is more important rather than somebody external agency doing and assessing you, isn't it? So NAAC involves the participation of all stakeholders like management, faculty members, administrative staff, student, parents, employees, community, alumni, because they all come together and prepare their self-study report. So that is important point, and it has to be taken with very very seriously, and accordingly the institution should prepare their SSR. Now let me come to the topic of today's discussion, that is about the core foundation. To accomplish its mission, NAAC works with 5 core values. The first one is about contribution to the national development. Second is fostering the global competencies among students, inculcating the value system among the students, promoting the use of technology and quest for excellence. If you look into all these 5 core values, which are very much aligned with the mission of the NAAC, and finally it is mapping up to the vision of the NAAC, we find that for an growth of a human being or an individual or a living thing, we require Pancha Mahabhuta, isn't it? Similarly, for the growth of the institution towards excellence, towards the quality culture, all these 5 core values, they will form a strong foundation. Because final aim of any academic institution is character building, which I reiterate again. And this will be possible not just giving the syllabus to the student, not just giving the degree to the student, rather inculcating all these core values so that our student, they lead to, along with the successful life, they will lead to the meaningful life. So what do we mean by contribution to the national development? Let me share one more point to you, that all these 5 core values, they are reflected on all 7 criteria of NAAC. We are aware of in the previous session, if Madam has discussed about all 7 criteria, I will not get into details. But the metrics, may it be the qualitative metrics or the quantitative metrics, the intent of the metric, somehow, somewhere, it is reflecting to the very base, that is nothing but the core values. Contribution to the national development. We know that most of the HIs have remarkable capacity to adapt to the changes and at the same time pursue the goals and objectives that they have set forth for themselves. Each institution, it has got a vision, mission, and they are working, heading ahead towards to achieve that particular goal. So, contributing to the national development has always been an implicit goal of Indian HAIs. The role of HAIs is significant in human resource development and the capacity building of an individual to cater to the needs of economy, society, and a country as a whole. Therefore, contributing to the national development is an important core value. We need to look into what and all are the activities, initiatives taken up by the higher education institution to serve the very purpose so that this core value is inculcated in the students. Serving the cause of social justice, ensuring the equity, and increasing the access to the higher education are the few ways by which HAI can contribute to the national development. So here the institution has to play an important role to cater to the need of the society, to enroll the maximum number of the students to the higher education. How the different initiatives are taken by the institution. It is therefore appropriate that assessment and accreditation process of NAAC looks into the ways HAI has been responding to the contributing towards national development. There are many initiatives taken up by the government of India even. So how the students as well as the HAIs, faculties, all stakeholders associated with the institution are responding to such initiatives so that they will be a part of national development. So here the extension activities taken up by the institution to sensitize the local community, to sensitize the students towards the social issues for their holistic development and impact thereof during the last 5 years. So all such activities, they need to quote at different stages. Say for an extension activities, they will have to provide the documents, they will have to provide the geotag photograph, how they have conducted these activities to sensitize their students and the community nearby. Under such activities of national contribution, even the number of awards, medals for outstanding performance in, say, sports, cultural activities at university, state, national, international level, it will play an important role. Many a times we feel that we are academic institution. Why to go for and showcase all these activities? But friends, even the sports, the culture, they will stand as an, it will stand as an identity for your institution that your institution has participated where you have contributed in national development. Average number of sports and cultural event competitions in which students of institution participated. So all such activities where the name of the institution, the name of the society, along with the name of nation goes, all those activities will come in the national development. See, we extensively use the energy. Has the institution facilities for alternate source of energy and energy conservation measures, solar energy, biogas plant, wheeling of the grid, sensor-based energy conservation, use of LED bulbs power? You may think that in 7 criteria, these all things will come under green audit and other initiatives. But see, friends, all the resources which we are having, they are to be preserved for the next generation. Even these initiatives, we can thought of underlying values where the institution is contributing to the national development. Describe the facilities of the institution for the management of following type of degradable and non-degradable waste, like water conservation facilities, green campus initiative, quality audits on environment and energy regularly undertaken by the institution. So we believe that one small initiative at the institution level can have an impact on all stakeholders associated with the institution. It will lead to the family impact. it will lead to the social transformation. And finally, we can reach how somebody has, I think, can you mute? Yeah, thank you. So all these initiatives plays an important role. The institution has disabled friendly barrier free environment. Describe the institutional efforts, initiatives in providing an inclusive environment, tolerance and harmony towards cultural, regional, linguistic, communal, socio-economic and other diversities. See, we live in a diverse culture, but we live as unity in diversity, isn't it? So making us, sensitizing our students for all these people, all these, dimensions of our life, celebrating the different national and international commemorative days, events and festivals. So one way or the other, all these initiatives, it will definitely lead to the national development. Next value comes is fostering global competencies among students. It is very painful when we hear that even after completing the 5 years of education or completing degree, our students, they are not employable. They are not that skilled so that they can be employed. The spiraling developments at the global level also warrant that the NAAC includes in its scope the assessment skill development of the student on par with the counterpart elsewhere in the world. We live in the global village. So now and then there are continuous development. New technologies are coming up. Is really the institution bothering to that so that our students, they are skilled? As soon as they complete their degree, they are ready to face what you can say the global challenges or face the global competencies. So with liberalization and globalization of economic activities, the need to develop skilled human resource of higher caliber is imperative. Consequently, the demand for internationally acceptable standards in higher education is evident. Therefore, accreditation process of NAAC needs to examine the role of HEIs in preparing students to achieve the core competencies to face the global challenges successfully. So what and all are the workshops, activities, initiatives, MOUs with the industry or other stakeholders taken up by the institution so that their students are updated with the recent technology, recent global competencies? This requires the HEI to be very innovative, creative and entrepreneurial in approach. अभी जमाना गया है कि जिसमें ट्रेडिशनली सारी बातें हम बताया करते थे. Now we need to be on toes. So whatever is the demand today from the placements or the entrepreneurs or from the industries, are we making our student ready for that? So towards achieving this, HEI may establish collaboration with the industry, network with the neighborhood agencies, bodies, and foster a closer relationship between the world of competent learning and the world of skilled work. So all these activities, all these initiatives, all these programs, all these dimensions which are being executed at the institution, it will lead finally to the fostering the global competencies among students. Personal competencies of an entrepreneur. See, let us make our student job givers rather than job seekers, isn't it? So institution has to create an ecosystem for innovation and has to initiate for creation and transfer of knowledge. So do we have the incubation cell, entrepreneurship development cell? So the number of collaborative activities for the research, faculty exchange, student exchange, internship per year, it will matter a lot. So also there has to have the functional MOUs with the institutions, other universities, industries, corporate house. So we need to look into so that our students, they become more competent as an entrepreneur. Leadership qualities they should acquire. They should be decisive in their decision. They should have an, courage to take a risk. They should be confident enough. There has to be willingness to work with, any sort of company, enterprising and innovative. So all these things, it will come under fostering the global competencies. We need to build the capacity of our student. Skill enhancement initiatives are to be taken up by the institution, like soft skill, language, communication skill, life skills, and so also for the towards fitness, the yoga activities, then the health and hygiene, ICT computing skills, so that our students get ready. Average percentage of students benefited by the guidance for competitive exams and career counseling offered by the institution during last 5 years. This is one of the metrics. So is there a concern of the institution that they are conducting such a competitive exams and career counseling classes in their institution? So also the RF is asking for average percentage of student qualifying in the state, national, international examination. So overall, this particular package of what you can say the extension activities, skill development programs, and so also the capacity development programs definitely will make our students ready to foster the global competencies. So also our faculties who are giving up all these activities in the institution, taking up these activities in the student for the students in the institution, they need to update themselves as well. So average percentage of teachers undergoing online face-to-face faculty development program during last 5 years, or professional development programs, orientation program, induction programs, or refresher courses, or short-term programs. See, unless and until the guru is updated, the shishya cannot get whatever is the recent knowledge. So our faculty, they should continuously update themselves through various programs. So that is how then only they can give the 100% to their student. I love this quote of Swami Vivekananda. He quotes that education means that process by which character is formed, strength of mind is increased, and intellect is sharpened, as a result of which one can stand on one's own feet. So are we really taking this as a, what you can say, a vision of any of the teacher, so that the students get what we can say, they can build their character, they can have the strength of mind and intellect, so that they can stand off on their own. Let us think on this. Days are gone. We used to go to the institution, just give the lecture and come back. Now it is a time to create an atmosphere so that all-round development of the student is possible. The problem of declining values is multidimensional, arising out of combination of major social forces such as a globalization, materialism, consumerism, commercialization of education, threats to the humanity due to violence and terrorism. So these are many forces which are declining the values. We need to, take this as a challenge and convert this as an opportunity, so that our students, they are out of what you can say pessimism or sense of alienation or other negative consequences. So it is in hands of teacher, because Acharya Chanakya says कि शिक्षक कभी साधारण नहीं होता, निर्माण और प्रलय उसकी गोद में पलते हैं. So it is a journey to the self-realization. So it is very much necessary that the condition necessary in the taught are purity, a real thirst for knowledge and preservance, the institution need to take up on top priority. Third value comes is inculcating the value system among the student. It's not that I have acquired skill, I am knowledgeable, so just after passing my degree, I will work for my own self. It's not possible. The human need to work in the society for the development of the country, isn't it? So although skill development is crucial to the success of student in job markets, skills are of less value in absence of appropriate value system. We need to work with other people as well. So we need to have what you can say core values like truth, righteousness. It will play an important role. The HEI have to shoulder the responsibility of inculcating the desirable value system among the student. In country like India, with cultural pluralities as well as diversity, it is essential that students imbibe the appropriate values commensurate with social, cultural, economic, and environmental realities at local, national, and universal level. So are our students sensitized to what is the social culture? What is how the economy is being driven? A sensitivity towards the environmental realities? Whatever be the pluralities and diversities that exist in the country, there is a persistent concern for inculcating the core universal values like truth and righteousness apart from other values emphasized in various policy documents of the country. The seeds of the values such as a cooperation, we need to cooperate. Mutual understanding during the early stage of education have to be reiterated, re-emphasized at a higher education also through an appropriate learning experiences and opportunities. So how we can make our student to realize all these values? Are there any programs arranged for specifically keeping this as an objective? That has an importance. So NAAC assessment thereof therefore examines how these essential and desirable values are being inculcated in the students by the HEIs. Like number of extension and outreach programs conducted by the institution through NSS, NCC, Red Cross, YRC, including the programs such as Swachh Bharat, AIDS awareness program, gender issues, or those organized in collaboration with the industry, community, and NGOs during the last few years. See, whenever the student work in group, they tune up with the swabhava of other group members as well. They start communicating, they get into the tolerance, they get into the listening habits, and they also get into the new innovative ideas. So all these things definitely will inculcate the value system among the student. Institution integrates with the cross-cutting issues relevant to the professional ethics, gender, human values, environment, sustainability into the curriculum. The institution has a transparent mechanism for timely redressal of the student grievances, including the sexual harassment and ragging cases. See, all these metrics, all these questions, they lead to how exactly institution is addressing for inculcating this, inculcating the value system among the students. Measures initiated by the institution for promotion of the gender equity during last 5 years, sensitization of the students and employees of the institution to the constitutional obligation, values, rights, duties, and responsibilities of the student. So if you look into all these metrics of all 7 criteria, the underlying base is, or the foundation is definitely the core values. So the leadership, the ethics, the integrity, trust, commitment, responsibility, support, and innovation. So all these core values, they are on the foundation of a passion, ownership, work-life balance, excellence, and respect and integrity. The fourth one is promoting the use of technology. See, initially there was physical classes, chalk and duster method. But slowly, looking into the challenge we are facing presently, slowly we moved on to the digital platforms. Let me share with you that the whole communication and the process of A&A, it is ICT driven. So we wish that the institution should also update themselves. They should extensively use the technology so that via different digital platforms, with a common click or a single a tip click, you can reach to the people across the globe. So the most significant development that one can observe today can be attributed to the impact of science and technology, isn't it? While advantages of using modern tools and technological innovations in day-to-day life are well recognized, and corresponding changes in the use of new technologies for teaching, learning, and governance of HEIs leaves much to be desired. Technological advancement and innovation in educational transaction have to be undertaken by the HEIs to make visible impact on academic development as well as administration. So that is why NAAC wish that each of the institution, they should have the website. They should upload all the activities, programs, initiatives on the website. So as if the website will be the face of the institution, and all stakeholders or the community people, they will look into how exactly quality culture, academic culture, or the administration of the institution is taking up. At time whenever our educational institutions are expected to perform as good, their global partners, significant technological innovation has to be adopted. So we expect that the faculties, they should have the ICT enabled teaching learning process. They should have their own, YouTube channels. They should extensively use this technology so that their students are benefited by that. Traditional methods of delivering higher education have become less motivating to the large number of students. So this pandemic, somehow I can say that it has encouraged us to use the technology extensively. So to keep in pace with the developments in other spheres of human endeavor, HEIs have to enrich learning experiences of their student by providing them with the state-of-art educational technologies. The campus community must be adequately prepared to make use of information communication system optimally. Conscious efforts is also needed to invest in hardware to orient the faculty suitably. In addition to using technology as a learning resource, managing the activities of the institution in a technology-enabled way will ensure effective institutional functioning. For example, documentation, data management in HEIs are the areas where the process of assessment by NAAC has made a significant impact. Or any query related to A&A process, if the institution wants to get, first of all, the institution has to register and make their HEI portal. They have to register with NAAC. And the whole communication, any query, any upload, any documentation, it is ICT driven, isn't it? So we request the institution to update themselves in the area of what you can say ICT. Moving towards electronic data management, having the institutional website provide ready and relevant information to the stakeholder. This is desirable now, isn't it? So that sitting at any corner of this nation, institution can, whatever activities are taken up by the institution is available to the stakeholders. In other words, effective use of ICT in HEI will be able to provide ICT literacy to the campus community, using ICT for resource sharing and networking, as well as adopting ICT-enabled administrative processes. Therefore, NAAC accreditation would look at how the HEI has put in place their electronic data management system and electronic resources and their access to the internal and external stakeholders, particularly to the student community. So this is what is the expectation. Teachers should use ICT tools, percentage of the classrooms. There are the metric in which we are asking for ICT-enabled classrooms, seminar halls with ICT facilities, LMS. Institution frequently updates its ICT facility, Wi-Fi for the student computer ratio, bandwidth of internet connection. So all these particular metrics, they are leading to how the institution has adopted the ICT culture. So also implementation of e-governance in the areas of operation like management, administration, finance and accounts, student admission, then examination and all this. उम्र थका नहीं सकती, ठोकरें गिरा नहीं सकती, अगर जीतने की जिद हो तो परिस्थितियां हरा नहीं सकती. तो समय आ गया है कि we should keep on doing good things and definitely the success will be at our doorstep. The fifth core value talks about the quest for excellence. See, whatever we are today, we should be far better tomorrow, isn't it? That particular desire for excellence is important. Contributing to the national building and skill development of a student, HI should demonstrate a drive to develop themselves into the center of excellence. Excellence in all that they will contribute to the overall development of the system of higher education. The quest for excellence could start with the assessment or even earlier by establishing the steering committee for preparation of SSR. Another step would be in the direction. It will be the identification of the strength, weaknesses, teaching and learning processes as carried out by the institution. So institution has to adopt the policy which will be framed by the steering committee, and this is how the quality journey for excellence or what you can say a step towards making the educational institution as a center for excellence could be headed. The institutional strategies, perspective plans, they have to be effectively deployed. The functioning of the institutional body has to be effective, efficient, as visible from the policies, administrative setup, appointment, service rules, and others. The institution has effective welfare measures for teaching and non-teaching staff. Institution performance appraisal system for the teaching and non-teaching staff. So all these initiatives, all these activities definitely will lead towards the center of excellence. See, if we are getting the funds from outside, from the government bodies, non-government bodies, then definitely the resources which are available at the institution will definitely encourage the faculty to take into the research activities and other activities. So here the IQAC cell has to contribute significantly for institutionalization of the quality assurance strategies and the processes. I will not get into the details about how it can, but see, the best practices taken up by the institution will act as a branding to the institution, because we believe that each of the educational institution is distinct, and the best practices taken up by the institution will create the transformation at the institution level, as well as it will help to address some of the issues to the community nearby or the society nearby. So the 5 core values as outlined above form the foundation for assessment of the institution that volunteer for accreditation by NAAC. The HI may also add their own core values to this in conformity with the goals and mission of the institution. See, unless and until we look into seriously about what exactly we want our student to become, we need to put all hard efforts, isn't it? Swami Vivekananda said, take risk in life. If you win, you can lead. If you lose, you can guide. So we need to stand, take up this as a challenge, because the whole idea of giving or imparting the higher education, best higher education, is the overall development, all-round development of the stakeholders associated with the institution. Slowly, once such a all-round human is being developed, naturally it will contribute to the national development. It will take up all challenges as an opportunity, and finally it will lead to make our Bharat Atmanirbhar. So let us stand, let us take all these activities as a what you can say initiative at the institutional level, so that our institution will become the center for excellence. Thank you very much for patient listening. Namaste.
Okay, that was indeed a wonderful session, madam. Really, it was really nice. And you have reiterated about the significance of the institutions in shaping the individuals according to the needs of the society. and also to sensitize the students about the social issues and inculcate some values among the students, which is the need of the hour now. Okay, and then let us just look at the questions that we have for today in your presentation. So the first question is from Shilpa Chowdhury. She has a question. She is asking, is there any condition in the count of FTPs conducted by the institutions per year?
No. There is no count for conducting FDPs. But look into that, at least the FDP has to be of 1 week as per the norms of UGC. Then only it will be counted, because we are finding that just a 1 day FDP is been conducted. So it won't have that value. So the faculty development program, it has to be of 1 week, and it has to be as per the norms of UGC. Please look into that. And it has to be theme based. See, your IQAC cell has to plan for what sort of FDPs should be conducted for this particular academic year. So accordingly, as per plan, it should come, and it should be theme based.
Okay, I think the participant is answered. Next, we have one more question from Marish A. And he asks, according to the criterion 3, so the NAAC asks us to provide the number of workshops, seminars conducted on research methodology like IPR, entrepreneurship, and skill development. So he is asking whether the webinars or the seminars conducted by the departments can be included under that criteria.
Yes, you can include that departmental webinars and seminars, but look into that, how many number of hours. Such a webinars and seminars, the hours, so many hours are to be counted up, because the workshop conducted, again I'm reiterating the same point, because I think the question has been repeated. Look into that, the glossary, understand the SOP, standard operating procedure. There it is clearly mentioning the workshop has to be of so much time duration, then only it will be counted. See, as we are in pandemic, physically conducting the workshops and orientation programs is not possible. So definitely we will look into the online programs will be counted over here, but the proper documentation has to be there, and the number of hours will play an important role.
So we have another question from one more participant, Rajesh. So he's asking whether you can elaborate about green audit and environment audit, madam.
Yeah. Yesterday itself on the NAAC, I have talked about various audits. So in green audits, you can go for, how the landscaping and other things are being done at the campus. Then regarding the energy consumption will also be a part, and in some environmental concerns, how the institution has addressed in that. So you can look into yesterday's presentation, which is hosted on NAAC website for various audits. I have in detail discussed about the green audit there. So, taking up an audit culture to the institution, it will help to review the present status of the institution, may it be the academic audit, administrative audit, or any other sort of audit. So definitely institution can take up the audit culture in the institution to look into what is the present condition and what are the forthcoming challenges, and accordingly they can frame a policy, and slowly they can resolve the issues if there are certain concern issues.
Thank you very much for answering all the questions, ma'am. Dear participants, if you have any other question, you can just unmute yourself and ask.
Yeah, I think some of the participants were present in yesterday's webinar. They are asking about ICT audit taken up by the, yesterday actually we were discussing with the, and other participants over there. They suggested that, can we have the ICT audit? A few days back, I had one webinar. So I think that if we have an ICT section in our institution, department in our institution, then definitely you can take up an ICT audit in which you can look into how is the performance of our equipments when we buy it after 6 months, whether the performance is well, how you have networked, how the learning is been done to, and what and all is the energy consumption. Can you minimize to the energy consumption, reach to the beneficiaries at large? So ICT audit can be taken up internally and externally, but this is a new term we came across a few days back. But institution or some of the people has to really look into what should be the format of making such audit. But it will, I think so, it will definitely work. It will help the institution to enhance their ICT culture.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Can we show, yes ma'am, can we show Paramarsh UGC sponsored mentor-mentee program as a collaboration activity, or where exactly can we project it as part of this 7 criterion? Where exactly we can project it so that we can score?
You are coming under Paramarsh scheme?
Yes ma'am, yes ma'am.
How much funding you have got?
Ma'am, 30 ma'am. 30 lakhs, but then
how many institution you have taken up for assessment and accreditation in that?
Ma'am, 5 years, ma'am. 5 institutions.
5 institutions you have guided them.
Yes, ma'am.
So you want to quote it as a collaborative activity?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We wanted to know if we can show it as a collaborative activity.
Okay, you please raise this as an IMS. We'll try to respond to. I need to look into.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
How we can put it.
Yes,
or otherwise, if Rama madam has joined, she can reply to.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
if
you.
If Rama madam is there.
Yeah.
Madam, please.
How are you, Lina?
I'm fine, madam.
Okay. Actually, we have some, under consultancy and under collaboration, you have different components.
Okay,
so,
ma'am.
You can show it more than a collaborative activity. It's a consultancy type of activity, and you have to show it as per in the MOUs, and then reflect it in the amount generated under consultancy.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Okay, so you can take advantage of this in 2 places.
Yes,
one
ma'am.
in your MOUs.
Okay. Okay.
And the other one as a part of consultancy provided to the institution.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
I think thank you, Dr. Lina Madam, for the wonderful session and clarifying all our participants' doubts. And then moving on to the 4th session of today's webinar. So we are privileged to have Dr. Rama Kondapalli, former advisor of NAAC, with us today to speak on institutional preparedness for quality assurance and accreditation in the changing scenario of national education policy. She has more than 20 years of experience in educational administration, policy planning and management, quality assurance and research. She has served various apex agencies in India dealing with education, including the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, All India Council for Technical Education, National Council for Teacher Education in different capacities. In the international arena, she has worked with the UNESCO as Education Quality Assurance Officer. In the capacity of a consultant, she is engaged with Commonwealth of Learning, UNESCO, ADB, and various agencies and ministries dealing with higher education in Asia and Africa for developing quality assurance frameworks and structures to restructure and reform the education systems. As an advisor of NAAC, she has extensively contributed to the development of the assessment and accreditation tools, methodology, and guidelines for NAAC, and she has been actively engaged in capacity building programs and research. Madam, over to you.
Thank you, Vijay Lakshmi. I'm correct? You are Vijay Lakshmi.
Yeah.
Everybody, I have the privilege of a changed introducer. Thank you for that good introduction given.
Thank you, madam.
While I share my screen, I would, though I have switched on the video for a few minutes, the main problem, I think some of you might have read this article on online, work from home challenges for homemakers. So, we have my daughter-in-law, my sons, and, my grandsons, everybody are online now at this peak moment. So the bandwidth shared for me is very, very limited. So I've been switching on and off. So I'll switch off my video so that, as Lena said, it will save some of my bandwidth so that it will not disturb my daughter-in-law's ongoing, work on software component. And if there are any interruptions with reference to this presentation, please bear with me, because as I told, this is a challenge for us coming on a webinar, for which reason normally I am not accepting webinars, because I don't want to disturb the younger generation's performance at their work. Hope you are able to, sorry.
Yes, madam.
We can view visible. Yes,
ma'am. Yeah, just a second. Okay. So there are a lot number of slides which I have put across. It's only to initiate or ignite your thought process. I'll skip on most of these slides, because Lena has extensively dealt, Sujata has extensively dealt, and Nina Jalaji has very well dealt on extension, giving very, very, very good examples. When I'm in NAAC, like Lena and Sujata, I should limit my presentation or revolve my presentation around the issues of NAAC. So now that I am retired from NAAC, I am liberal to talk a little beyond that. Can you hear me? Is there any problem? Please tell me. Or is there?
Madam, it's clear, madam.
Okay.
Very clear, madam.
Yeah. Now, what I thought is, what Lena or Sujata and others were talking is just with reference to the current tool, current process. Okay. I think quality assurance should not be limited to NAAC. Okay. Quality assurance should be institutionalized and internalized. When I'm telling internalized with every faculty member should internalize this culture of quality. So don't work for NAAC. Okay. You have to only understand what NAAC like quality assurance agencies would look at, and what is the philosophy behind this whole process of quality assurance. What is the need? Okay, don't just look at benefits, etc., because you are contributing to the development of nations, global development of the youth. We are all sitting on a mine of human resources. All of you know, India will be contributing to the highest number of human resources to the global contribution. So we are working for students. We are not working to get an A grade, or we are all not business entities just to, we are not industries to just showcase the quality in terms of, certain benchmarks set up by NAAC or somebody. And then because you get an A grade, don't expect that your students enrollment will increase, or the perception of the institutions in the social context in which they are living will improve. No, all that speaks about the institution is their contribution to the student learning and the success of their alumni. And the satisfaction of the alumni. Even somebody may not have got a good job, but they will refer your institution as a quality institution for admission to somebody. So don't look at NAAC's tool as a means of achieving A grade or a B grade to achieve certain marks. Okay. If you look at that, I think you will not get the satisfaction of being a quality institution. And that type of A grade quality measured in terms of grades of NAAC is not a sustainable practice, is not a quality sustained measure. It's not a quality improvement measure. Any institutions who aspire or who manage their data or their activities just to get a particular grade of NAAC will not be a quality institution, both in the social perception nor in the administrative component, because they'll never improve. They'll remain as they are for ages, and new competitors will come in and they will phase out, and today they may have got A grade, but tomorrow they may get a B grade, and there'll be a lot of issues of sustenance and improvement. So my request to institutions is, yes, you measure your performance based on, because you need some measurement tool. Use the NAAC tool as a performance measure for yourself. And you make a self-assessment of yourself. As Leena has said, as the first speaker, I'm sorry if I'm not able to pronounce your name, sir, properly. As Professor Ninad has said, it's a performance evaluation tool. Okay. So it's very important that don't look, or you can, it's good to aspire and measure yourself in terms of how much grade you got, etc. But establishing sustainable practices and building quality culture in the institution is the success mantra of an institution, and only such institutions can progress ahead. Now, that is why I thought that, now you are all talking or asking questions, I have seen, about the current tool. But there is no guarantee that NAAC is not working towards changing the tool with reference to NEP. Okay, so there may be many changes. There may not be changes in the overall metrics, but there may be changes in the benchmarks. There may be changes in certain terminologies. There may be changes in the measurement aspects or consideration aspects. When you see the SOPs, SOPs may change. So there may be redefined issues. So the overall tool may remain the same. But there may be a change or a redefining of the whole process. So what I suggest is, you have to contextualize the tool to the present situation and the future which is going to come in as a result of the NAP. So you have seen, most of you might have gone through the implementation guidelines or plan which the MHRD has rolled out with reference to NAP. So you have to keep yourself updated on what are the things which are going to come up as a result of implementation of the NAP, and what you people would like to really work towards, or place your institution in the new context, where you would like to place your institution in the new context. So if you see, the governance of the institution is going to drastically change. So it's good if you can start thinking in the direction of the implementation plan rolled out by MHRD for NEP, how well you fit in, what are the issues in which you are strong, what will be your challenges, and how you would like to improve upon. So you have to start working on that aspect more if you have to be a quality institution and sustain your institution and give a good quality education to your students. So in the whole process, the center of attention would be two issues will be there as a center of attention. One is the very important one is faculty, the faculty development programs you roll out. The second one will be the governance and leadership issues. And the third one will be, as largely talked by Lena and others, issue of extension and holistic development of students, the changed curriculum. Okay, so it is very important for institutions to start working on these issues if they have to be a quality institution, and if they have to be rated very high. Because in the coming 1 or 2 years, there'll be a lot of changes, I suppose, because NAAC continuously improves its tool based on the field situation, feedback received, and the reforms and policy decisions being taken at various levels. So don't expect that this tool will remain as such. So it is very, very important for institutions to realize that they have to contextualize this tool and not follow it as a rule book. It's only a guiding document for all of you. Extension activities, for example, they were asking, can this be considered as extension activity? What extension activities should we do? What extension activities you should do, or what type of MOUs or what type of collaborative activities an institution have to do, depends on the context in which the institution is located. But depends on the resource availability at the institution. Given within the given resources and in a given context, how the institutions perform well is what NAAC really looks at. That is what why we have started our framework in the very initial days. Way back in '94, we have described the core values, which are even now, even today, in the context of NAP reforms, they become very valid, they remain valid. So we did a lot of research and developed those 5 core values, and we kept on changing the framework, but revolving around that 5 core values, but the internal structure of the framework has changed at least 4 to 5 times since the core values have been developed. And so please do take note. And don't get disappointed later telling that you were including those, but you are not including now, which is happening in terms of UGC's, UGC listed journals. So, they keep on changing. So you have questions how to do and what to do. If you would have published in a quality journal, then you wouldn't have had such a problem. Okay, so similarly you have to contextualize. With this little bit of introduction, I'll try to run through the slides. I'll just talk on various issues where your attention is required to improve the quality of your institution. In this one slide, I have tried to capture the whole essence of NEP. Okay, so NEP aims at quality higher education, and through autonomy, self-empowerment with accessible, affordable and relevant education provisions. So accessibility, affordability and relevant, I'll not talk much because this has been talked through ages. And also I'll not tell, details on what is quality higher education, that the earlier speakers have talked. So when we talk of self-empowerment and autonomy, NEP, if you look at NEP document, autonomy is not only to institutions. Autonomy is given to institutions. The NEP document speaks a lot about the autonomy of the teachers. Then also it talks of the autonomy to the learner. So autonomy to at all levels of the higher education institution is what you have to look at. Similarly, empowerment. So the empowerment, when we are talking of outcomes-based education, and when we are talking of a teacher who can develop his or her own courses and launch them on the various websites, and based on their popularity and the type of pedagogy they use and the type of student satisfaction which comes out of their teaching and the programs or courses a teacher offers, they can decide on how to move around. So there's a lot of empowerment which is given to the teachers. Similarly, the learner, they can choose the course anywhere across institutions, can move across in choice of the courses within the institution, across the programs, etc. So there's a lot of issues of empowerment of the teacher, empowered learner, empowered teacher, and an empowered society, creating an Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this is the gist on which we have to work. So, and in this, the NAP focuses on two major issues. One is on technology mediated education, flexible technology mediated education. And the second one is research and development, which has to start at a very early level of higher education. So it talks about project-based education, research quality development, starting from undergraduate courses. So now you have to revision your systems and processes at your institution if you have to become a quality institution. So you have to have a lot of preparedness for taking up this NAP reforms, and it is high time that you revisit your institutional processes and make a self-assessment and see how well you could fit into the new reformed okay. So this, as we have been talking, there are a lot of opportunities. Also, there are a lot of challenges. So even NAP moved to a critical phase, to talked about it. Now it is doing phase has started, and institutions have to queue up in this and compete, start working towards it and compete on that. So it's an opportunity for reforming your institution and start thinking in new ways, new pedagogies, technology mediated learning, etc. COVID has given a lot of opportunity. This COVID situation has taught us a lot of lessons and also has given us a lot of skills. So all the teachers have developed a lot of technical skills, handling pressures, handling counseling your students, stress relieving issues. So many things we have learned in this COVID situation, and you all, I congratulate all the teachers because they have handled the situation very rightly and ensured that no learning is lost in the process. So you have to take ahead all these initiatives, improve upon them, learn from the success stories of your colleagues, and see what more you can do and in a better way you can do in the teaching learning process, given not only the situation of COVID, but after post-COVID and in the context of NEP, how do we use this as an opportunity? How do we use these skills and reform our system is what you really have to start thinking on. So what I would like to tell is the quality systems, maybe NAAC tool also will be changing on these three components to large extent. This is my prediction. So it may go wrong, it may go right, but it is good for you to stand prepared on this. So curriculum revision is going to have a large focus because we have already put in a thought process in the present tool itself, because wherein we are asking about POs, SOs, COs, etc. But we made it a qualitative metric because it's just a starting of the terminologies or introducing these terms and systems to the institutions. But when it goes beyond and when NEP starts getting implemented, there'll be a lot of more quantitative metrics coming out of this curriculum revision component, and it will be very crucial for you unless you understand what is outcomes based education, what are graduate attributes, how do you decide the outcomes, how do you schedule your curriculum, how do you plan your curriculum, how do you develop your curriculum, and how do you evaluate your performance on this curriculum? What are the feedback issues which you take, and how do you map your outcomes on the performance matrix is what you should understand. So it's very important for all of you to learn what is to review, revise the new rubrics on outcomes based education and develop your own benchmarks. So this outcomes-based education will have focus a lot on skills, innovation, lifelong learning, employability, overall development of students, and there'll be a lot of reforms in examination system. The present tool looks at even reforms with reference to outcomes-based education. It again talks on qualitative metric as a qualitative metric. So institutions really, if we look at the institutions, they really don't understand this, underwrite the present system, what they are doing, and that is where they lose most of their whatever marks they aim at, and they make a lot of complaints on this. But it is very important that you have to link your curriculum with the examination system, and it should be properly linked on each of the outcomes. How do you examine each of the outcomes, performance on each of the outcome? How do we map these outcomes on individual student performance, and for which how do you use the technology in doing so, because you can't do it on a manual basis, physical evaluation basis. So these are some of the things which you should really look at and try to bring in some sort of new components. And the present curriculum, most institutions complain, especially not the autonomous also to some extent, that there's a lot of regulation by the university system, so they are not able to do much on the improving the curriculum or adding up to the curriculum. That is why we have introduced the terms called value-added courses, curriculum enrichment, to remove those challenges which the institution is facing. It was not a challenge. You could have done it yourself, but because in most institutions do not really appreciate what we say, so what we did is in the process, we broke up this curriculum revision and further made two more indicators in terms of value-added courses, curriculum enrichment, and feedback process. Otherwise, it should have been literally one component on that. So it is very important that you understand what is curriculum enrichment, what is curriculum revision, what is curriculum update, and what do we mean by feedback on curriculum, etc., and how you relate your examination system to the say for example, the quality of the question papers. When we ask this question, what is the how do you assure the quality of the question papers, there's no response on that most of the time from the institutions. So how do you assure the quality is unless you relate your questions to the outcomes and you map them and review and revise your question papers based on the performance and feedbacks, and do a lot of difficulty level and all those exercise again and again, you'll not be able to ensure the quality of the question paper, and also you will not be able to assess the learning which has really happened in the process. As I said, the teacher development is going to be a large focus. Continuous professional development, especially already most institutions have started doing this. Suppose you do a MOOC through Coursera or edX or Swayam. If you do one course, it will be added as a credit for you as a part of professional development. So we give the UGC has rolled out guidelines on professional development for teachers, and it's adding credits to that when they do online. So most of the teachers say that, they ask one question, that if we attend a NAAC webinar on NAAC's process, will it be considered as a professional development program? there is something called professional development has a meaning. NAAC's 1 hour, 2 hour webinars is not a professional development program. Okay, it can be, there's some sort of, components when we tell a professional development program, knowledge, skills, there is some sort of, relevance to your own profession. And NAAC's one is a small drop in the ocean. It's also a part of professional development, but just it's a small drop in the ocean. So you should understand what is professional development. For example, in the technology mediated learning, if you have to roll out online learning programs, you have to develop your own course material for your own teaching, because your students are first generation learners, or they don't understand certain terms, high-end terms which are given by other institutions, or they have limited access to technology, then it is essential that you develop your own content. Okay, so teachers' professional skills development in terms of content development is very important in the present context. I've just given one example. So almost every teacher should undergo a content development course, full-fledged content development course, content writing course, and delivering content identification, content writing, content mediation, and assessing the content which you have delivered, and how do you deliver it, what are the new pedagogical practices, how do you deliver, what is the teaching learning things which happen in this online learning model is what you have to really think of that. And also the innovativeness in teaching, it has to come up on board, because a student takes a course from another institution or online and comes back to you for a next level of course, and you deliver a very low level of course, then it will be very difficult for you to sustain in the system. So there is something which I'll talk later on, how do you do map this type of curriculum. There's something called a curriculum enrichment triad, on which that models which are available online, you should try to work with them. Then research and innovation, you have to think of developing infrastructure for very basic research, even at the undergraduate level. You have to rework your workload policies. Maybe you can look at incentives, look at collaborative research with other institutions as well. Collaborative research essentially doesn't mean with high-end research organizations, but even 2 or 3 institutions or 2 or 3 departments can come and come together to do some sort of collaborative research. It can be external or internal as well. Okay, so it's very important for you to do that. Then support in terms of facilitating projects. For example, if your teachers have been trained on content writing, you would have been eligible to apply for a SWAYAM project on content development, where the UGC would have given you something around 17 lakhs. But most institutions doesn't have that preparedness, so it went to individuals. So it is very important that you should have thought of this much earlier when UGC told that 20% of your curriculum can go online, and what type of MOOCs can be done, what type of SMOOCs can be done. Okay, small open online programs, how much your technology skilled teachers you have, skilling and upskilling them or reskilling them. These are some of the things which you would have thought of. And patents, most often we think patents are only those which are science based. If you look at the process patents, a new practice in terms of use of technology for online learning, teaching, or content development, or delivery, or assessment, if it is your own practice, I think you can do a patent on that, the process patent. And transfer of knowledge and technology, that we have a Paramarsh scheme is something looking like that. So you are transferring your own knowledge and skills and experiences, sharing with others and training and retraining them. And interaction with industry doesn't mean just industry, but also your other institutions, your neighboring institutions. So this is what really what we look at. What NEP, in preparation to NEP, you should review with reference to the NAAC criteria. You might have observed that the 7 criteria from the day 1 till today. Of course, in the very beginning we had 10 criteria, but only 1 or 2 institutions went through that process. But after that, since 96 onwards, we had this 7 criteria scheme, and we continue with that 7 criteria scheme, because these are the core activities of an institution, and all the quality aspects revolve around this 7 criteria and the 5 core values. So these 5 core values and 7 criteria are not going to change in any way. So you have to start working on that. So in the new NEP context, what I have been telling to you, you have to revamp your curriculum, your pedagogy, your assessment practices, and the student support for enhancing the student experiences. That is what NEP says. Enhanced student experiences is very important, because you will be creating an empowered autonomous learner. So an autonomous learner will have a lot of confusion creation in the initial stages, because they'll not be mature enough to choose on many of these options given in the NEP. So you have to provide a lot of support to the students in selecting a program, selecting a course, selecting an institution, moving across courses and programs, and testing his aptitudes and skills. That type of support, a lot of support need to be given, and the teachers have to start work understanding what is outcome based experiential learning, and terms like curriculum enrichment, and course outcomes, course program outcomes, employment outcomes, etc. These are the new terminologies which are being used. Though you may feel them to be a jargon, it's very, very important that you understand these terminologies. So we introduced these terminologies ahead of the rolling of out of the NEP, because NEP was drafted on the campus of NAAC. So we had an opportunity to talk to the members of the NEP and discuss with them, deliberate with them, and just know what their thinking is. And also, they also most often used to come to us and ask us what is the field situation on this, how are the institutions performing on this component, like that. So we had a lot of opportunity to interact with the members of the NEP. So when we were and that was the time when we were revising our this present tool which came out. So we took most of those inputs already, which are being planned to be rolled out through NEP. We took them on board and we initiated these into our institutional practices. That is why I told you, don't take the NAAC tool as an examination assessment tool just per se, but it is also a prospective tool for improving your performance. So you have to look at this tool, use it, intelligently interpret this tool. Why NAAC is suddenly changed from this mode to this mode. So most of our new terminologies where we have used, if you observe our tool, you will see that we have put them into qualitative metrics, because these practices will not be very much imbibed into the institutions. So it will be very difficult for them to give a measurable outcome. So that is why we place them into a qualitative metric, so that institution gets an opportunity to work towards that, and also even little work they do to show cause their initiative on this towards these lines. So it is very important for institutions to understand some of these terminologies and align those to the institutional practices. So this is about the first criteria. So I told you, in this first criteria, most often institutions have doubt in telling what is the difference between curriculum enrichment, what is the difference between lifelong learning, value-added courses, which have a lot of weightage especially. So what is that NAAC really looks at when we are telling of curriculum enrichment? I have told you earlier also, because we have to split it up into curriculum enrichment and value added courses, because institutions were not really able to capture the essence of curriculum revision. So we pulled out these things and said that, okay, what does enrichment means? Giving the given curriculum a greater value by putting life into the overall educational process. So it's adding educational content, or understand, it's not just adding content, but it's providing new learning opportunities to a given, while transacting a given curriculum. So this, what will happen out of this, it will give opportunity for the students to broaden their educational experience on the campus. They will learn a little more beyond the given curriculum or syllabus, whatever you call, and the teacher is always improving his or her own professional either content, subject content, or the teaching learning skills, or related, updating the latest developments in his or her own field of study, etc. Then it also supports cognitive development of the student fraternity through well-planned lessons spread throughout the period of education. So see, these are the different aspects of curriculum enrichment which you should understand. So these components are well integrated into various metrics of ours. So you should understand these things. And it involves activities which colleges provide in order to extend students' education beyond their main course of study. So there's some relation here to value-added courses. So this is what, for one metric, it is not, one activity can be deliberated across metrics. So you have to see what part of the activity gets into this particular metrics, what part of the activity gets into other metric. Because you have already given a response, you club everything and put it into one metric, and don't really try to think what is the essence, what is the philosophy behind this question. So you try to understand the metric, so you and interpret it properly. Then you review this, your interpretation and your understanding vis-a-vis understanding of NAACs, and then try to fit in where you have to put these things. Okay, so when we ask for awards, you put all types of awards in one place. And when we ask awards for extension, student awards, then you don't respond. Sometimes you think that we have given elsewhere, so we can't give here, because NAAC says that you can't repeat your data once given somewhere. So you miss that here, and you lose that there when the DVV process happens. So it is very, very important for you to correctly understand the metric and understand what you are doing. Talk to your colleagues. Somewhere every activity is happening in every institution. There is no metric for which you can give a zero value. There is no metric, in no institution can give a zero value for any of the metrics. It's only lack of proper understanding and lack of effort, right effort to be put into this. So normally institutions look at as a form filling exercise, and they circulate it to colleagues. Whatever information they get, the admin or sometimes a group of teachers who are little proactive sit and compile the data, review, without review, submit of the data. For example, in one of the institutions, while I was working at NAAC, in one of the metrics where we talk of scholarships received from the government by the institution, they have made for 2 years, they have given very flowery, very good response value. And when we came to third and fourth and fifth years, they said 0, 0, 0. And they lost on that. Then the institute, like that, there were n number of metrics. Similarly, faculty development also. Then they came back to us for an appeal, and they asked, Madam, we can't get 0 on this. Please tell us why we have got a 0. Your benchmarks are wrong. That is what their claim was. Then I reviewed their SSR, making them sit in front of me. And I showed them, why are your 3 values 0? Because of this, you got a 0. No, madam, it can't be 0. I told, we don't give those zeros. You have given those zeros. Why did you get a 0? Then they called up their admin, their scholarship section. And that person sitting there, some clerk who doesn't understand the value of this, has said, nowadays, all are direct beneficiary transfer of scholarships. So we don't have any record or any access or data on this component. How many scholarships have been received by whom? So we gave it 0. We don't do any disbursement of scholarships from the institution anymore. So we gave 0, 0. We didn't ask you the disbursement component. We are asking you how many have received. Okay, so socially disadvantaged students, you are telling you have 50%. Obviously, because it's a government mediated institution, they'll have 50%. They could have made a simple attempt to go to the welfare department website, and their institution scholarships, how many students are receiving scholarships is listed, and they should have entered it here. That is what NAAC also cross verifies by going into the that type of websites and validating your data. So this type of mistakes most often institutions do. So it is very important for the institutions to understand the metric before completing the data, and view it also holistically and prospectively. What are the, in the future, what can be the type of improvements we can make? It will also help you in bridging your gaps, or taking up the challenges at the IQAC level, etc. So then this is one another question where most institutions dump value added courses because they don't really understand what do we mean by value added courses. So they put all sorts of routine courses also as a part of value added courses. So apart from the glossary component which we have given, you should also try to, there's no specific definition, you can support your point of view when you are telling value added courses. Can you hear me? Is there any problem?
No, madam, we are hearing.
Okay.
We are hearing.
Because I haven't. So
yeah, ma'am, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Very clear, madam. Very clear. We are hearing.
Okay. Value added courses are those types of courses which help a particular individual to develop their own skills in their own chosen field of study. This is one type of value added course. Okay. So there's no single definition for that. Okay. So it is not essential that value added courses are related only to their programs. Okay. Suppose a student want to develop, say, some other skill, in an interdisciplinary skill, they should be able to attend to a value added course, and they should be given a provision to do that and complete that value added course systematically developed with the proper continuum of the curriculum, and all those things should be inbuilt into this value added courses. Value added courses are not for developing one particular skill or something. It's for developing a sort of a combination of things. Then they aim to provide additional learner-centered, graded, skill-oriented. Okay, it can be a sort of what we have talked on in terms of enrichment. It can be an enrichment program. It can go, an advanced learner may like to move ahead and take some advanced courses on ERP, or on AI, artificial intelligence, or museology in terms of history if you are offering, or statistics and social surveys in terms of sociology and other things. There are many types of things which you would like them to have, and it's a skill oriented technical training. It can be for improving the employability of the students. So that will help them improve the employability, because some of the latest developments might not have been part of the curriculum inclusion. So it is essential for you to update yourself and provide an add-on type of program, or a short-term program, or an enrichment program, and which will add value to the given curriculum and value to the students in terms of making them more employable. Okay. And more motivated as well, not just employable, more motivated into the learning also it can be. So overall, it should help, also helps the student break the underachievement cycle. So, we have talked of advanced learners. So, value-added courses also help student break the underachievement cycle. Suppose you are having first-generation learners who doesn't know anything about computers. So, but you have a course in which a program in which he is enrolled, starts with some advanced computing programming, etc. Then it is good for those type of students to be identified, and in what we used to call as refresher courses and all those things. Instead of that, for advanced learners, reorientation and all, you can put them into a sort of a fast track mode of give them some pop-up into as an introduction and initiation into that course, give them a small value added course. There's no something called a small or big, a value added course, so that he will fall in line and quickly get into the learning process without having backlog or without developing disinterest into the subject. So this is one type of value added courses. Don't look as value added course only in terms of for advanced learners or for employability skills. But the last point is very, very important point, especially for rural areas, especially for the programs which are upcoming new programs which you are rolling out. So it's very, very important to develop courses which will help the student to break the underachievement cycle and keep them encouraged. Okay. So so I think you should have clarity on these two components, especially when you are working on the first criteria of NAAC, the curriculum, if not development. For autonomous colleges, it can be development, but curriculum, planning, even curriculum planning. So these are not those courses which you need permission from university. Always institutions complain university is not giving permission and all. This is a flexibility given to you. This is autonomy given to you. You should take it up. University will never ask you. And if you go and ask, they'll tell, no, we won't permit. Okay. There's some Babu will sit. Okay, he will not understand. When I was working with HRD ministry, we had a office in Bombay, and there we had one office on the top floor of that LIC building in front of Villeparle station. Top floor we used to sit. So they asked, long back it seems, that joke used to run in our corridors of HRD ministry. So that Babu from there has written a letter, the regional officer from there, telling that we need 2 horsepower motor to lift water to the top of the to our office guest room where we have. Then somebody from here responded, why 2 horses? Why not? Why can't you manage with 1 horse? So that type of if you, why should you go? Use your autonomy. Okay, you are empowered to give the best learning to the student. Use your empower. You be empowered. Use your autonomy. Why if you go and ask the university, can I operate this certificate course? They'll tell no. Can I do this? Are you not giving the certificates to your students, various certificates with reference to their completion of the courses, well behavior, etc., etc.? So this is a part. This is not, in higher end terms, you call audited courses, non-audited courses, we tell. Okay. Audited courses get embedded into the mark sheets. Non-audited courses will be, if permitted by the institution, if university permits, university will enter it as, this person has completed this non-audited course with this much performance. Otherwise, it is supported through institutions certification. So you should use this type of autonomy you have. It is our problem, not the university problem. I always feel it's not the university problem, because we almost always never use our autonomy. We are scared. So some level of risk should be taken. Okay. Otherwise, innovations will not happen in the system. Okay. Some sort of initiation should be there. So these value added courses, most institutions say, no, madam, they don't allow us. University has a block, blah, 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 blah. They keep on telling. If you give a certificate of your institution, and if it is accepted, because anyway, the skills of the students are tested when they are going for employment. That is very important. Okay. So the curriculum should be flexible, not only just flexible, but it should be relevant. Okay. And it should have coherence among the subsystems. Okay. So coherence among the subsystems means your examination system, your internal evaluation system, okay, your program outcomes, your institutional program outcomes, your course outcomes, your graduate attributes. Curriculum will go one side, you will describe outcomes in the other way, examination will go in some other side, then it will be a very bad experience for you and you will not be successful. So there should be a coherence among all the subsystems, your pedagogy, your teaching learning processes, your examination, your assessment related processes, everything should be in tandem with each other. So you should relate with each other. Nothing should be done in isolation. This is what I want to tell, and this is what really the NEP talks of in terms of governance and all these things, new pedagogy practices, technology integration and all. When they talk of that, this is the essence. I just put it in one word. Then the teacher enjoys teaching and the learner enjoys learning. So that is what is required, and that is what NAAC really also looks at. That is, but we have split it. So now you can understand what type of flexibility and relevance of the curriculum NAAC is looking at. Now, talking of the teaching, the second criteria, the NEP emphasizes on teacher quality and research, okay, and their contributions to the overall development of the students as well as to the development of the community, society as a whole. What are the teachers' role? So that is what NEP looks at. And NAAC has already started talking on this a lot. We have talked a lot on teacher quality, but we limited it to your PhDs and awards. But now it will be related to more towards your research contributions, your projects and all, and there will be cross-validation of the various metrics. So relational validation will be there. And normally the benchmarks are set like that, but there will be a relational value of each of these metrics. That relational value we have not yet developed, and slowly and slowly as the system matures, we'll be looking at that relational value. Even now we do look at, for example, number of guides in an institution, and then we talk of JRFs enrolled under these guides, and then we talk of PhDs award. So there is some sort of cross-validation and relation between each of these metrics. Okay. Then we also relate them to the number of PhDs and the experience of the teacher, individuals, and average experience of the teacher. When we talk, not only we look at the retention rate of teachers and the policies, retention policies. When we talk of governance, we talk of retention policies. So we map the retention rate with the policy of the institution. So such type of internal cross-validation and mapping will be happening in the future. So it's very important that your data is properly aligned and you understand the data what you give. Okay, don't give ad hoc data. So try to understand. Even now we look at. So if you make a mistake in one place, we can understand in how many places you can make mistakes. So if we relate one number of teachers with PhD and number of guides, we can, if you make mistake between both, then we can obviously relate to that you might have made a mistake in terms of what you call the JRFs and then etc. etc. Okay, so it's very important for you to understand each metric, relate that metric, all the metrics, related metrics, you group them in together, and you from that you extract your process for the qualitative metric, response for the qualitative metric as well, and see that there is a flow between these metrics. It's very important. So this second criteria is very important, because we related it to the first criteria when you talk of the outcomes, program outcomes, etc. In the curriculum revision, when you come to the teaching learning process, then there's a lot we talk on internal examinations. So examination reforms, when we ask, most of the colleges say examinations, end-term examinations are held by the university, we have no role to play. But internal examinations are in your hands, and you do you can do a lot of innovation in this internal examinations. Ahead of publication of the results, you can show the papers, resolve the issues, and then then finalize the results. You can put the paper online, transparent. Then there can be a peer evaluation as well as a second level, first level of evaluation, and a second level of evaluation teacher can do. So there can be a peer evaluation. There can be different modalities which you should. You have to visualize. You have to innovate. You have to think differently, or what we call out of the box. Of course, I don't like, because I don't want our brain to be called a box. So you think differently. That's very important. Okay. So there's a lot of interrelation, especially this metric has a lot of related metrics across criteria. So it's very important to connect the dots and visualize the big picture. Very, very important. Okay, so your performance on this metric will influence the overall performance of the institution. I'm not telling grade, though it is also applicable for grade. I'm not telling for grade, because I don't want institutions to work for grades. Okay, they have to work for their own satisfaction and quality improvement. So the NEP focus, if you see, it's not what we teach. It doesn't talk of what we teach. And also, it doesn't talk much on how we are going to teach, but it is what is learned by the student, how well you have groomed the student, how do we teach and evaluate the learning that happens. That is what NEP focuses on, and that is what NAAC's focus also is, and that is what you should focus. Then only it's a appropriate, fair self-appraisal each teacher has done, and each institution will be doing. And if you can do this, and if you are happy with this, then I think you will get all types of accolades and all types of good grades, whatever you want. Then the NEP also talks of the role of teachers, which is very important, because we have been talking how whatever good the curriculum is, if the teacher is not well prepared and doesn't have the right skills to take up that type of curriculum, both in terms of subject content and technical skills and pedagogical skills, I don't think he can stand in front of the students and motivate them to be good learners, or he can create a good learning environment in the system. So it's very important for the teacher to, and professional development here is why very, very, very important. And now it's very important that the teachers take their own initiative and enroll into different programs under MOOCs, and take up these free courses. They're all free courses. You don't need a certificate. If you want a certificate, then you have to pay. For that, you can take programs, minimum required programs, directed by the institution. But always you have to try to update yourself on these latest developments in your own subject area. Also, take up courses in your area of interest so that in future you can also teach that particular course. Then as I said, teachers' engagement with the curriculum. Please note, teachers' engagement with the curriculum and his or her knowledge and understanding of the student learning level plays a major role in achieving the learning levels, best learning levels of your students. So the knowledge and understanding of the students. In the earlier days, we used to know each student by name, their background, their parents, their social problems, at a personal level, we used to do a lot of counseling. But in the present system, we are so dissociated. We really don't have that, very few institutions, not all. I'm telling most institutions and most teachers don't develop a rapport with them. That's because we don't, we just transact like machines and don't go to that, touching level. If you understand the student, then your modalities for teaching learning will be different. Then, if you are taught something which is much of a higher order, then you will ask, okay, Rama, did you understand this? Did you understand this? So that will give me a confidence, because you know that my learning level on that component is low. So you are pointing towards me means at the background of your mind, when you are teaching, you have the students list coming out, popping out to, and you adjust your teaching to to reach to their level of understanding. And you will tell otherwise, okay, Rama, if you have any problem, please do come and meet me in my room. So that type of personalized approach to learning is what NAP talks of. Now, I was fortunate enough to be educated in Shantiniketan. So, we had all these experiences, good experiences, studying in Rabindranath Tagore Shantiniketan and, being teaching to our own youngsters. And, we had this experience. I was fortunate. Everybody may not be. So I can understand that, that how we feel as a learner when a teacher makes a personalized effort in the classroom. It really makes a difference. And that's what, NAP also talks of. And the outcomes-based education framework, if you see this, I'll not discuss on this, it will take a lot of time. There's a lot of issues on the first block of blue, you see, feedback, okay? Then there's a lot of institutional level initiatives with terms of aligning the vision and mission to the programs, and not just expanding left and right based on the whims and fancies for, for some financial benefits. Then there are program education outcomes. Then there are this student outcomes. They are the performance indicators. And curriculum mapping, which we have talked. Then course level learning outcomes. Then the second block, brown one, which is again very important, the assessment and evaluation process. Okay, so these are all, they're interrelated ones. And, I'm struggling to learn an outcomes-based education. I have enrolled in Coursera for 4 levels of courses, okay, which are offered by Commonwealth of Learning. Commonwealth countries, this thing. Okay, so there are so many opportunities, though I don't need it, but it's good to know something which is happening in our own area of professional area, or in our area of interest, or subject content, etc. It's very important. Okay, so what NAP talks is about the student experiences on the campus. What are the students' experience? Because that campus experience will live long with the students, and they are your ambassadors. They are your ambassadors. And you feel happy when you see your students in the right places, living a good life even though they are not very highly employed, but when they are taking up, they are recognized citizens, they are being good citizens, living good life. Giving as living examples. These are some of the things which we have to look at, and that is where the focus of NAP is. And as we have talked, if there is a good campus experience, which will be, then students are empowered to build a bright future for them, not only for themselves, but for the societies. Okay, so it's very important that you give them a good campus experience, and that is what NAAC really looks at in under criteria 2. And on the enrichment model, when you are developing your criteria 1 and criteria 2, it's very, I have just taken one example, and this is very apt, and I have learned this from the net only. So this Joseph Hensley enrichment triad model, if you try, all of you can look at the website and try to search on the internet and try to see, whoever is interested, how to use this model. This will fit to all levels of teaching. How do you progress in transacting your curriculum, catering to the differential learning levels of your large classrooms, small classrooms? How do you attack to these issues? This is what he talks. Okay, so what type of activities you can create from the curriculum? How do you do it? At what levels you should do it? They give a lot of explanation. So I'll not talk on this much, but this has impressed me a very lot. So that's what I thought I should share with you people, because some of you may know that, but some of you may be trying to explore this module and use it into your teaching, learning, planning your curriculum activities. Okay, this is the type 1 of activities. How do you do? This is what they give. Then type 2 activities will be such as to develop students' cognitive ability. That is what type 2 activities. So critical thinking, personal, social competencies, and problem solving. These are some of the things we really don't think when we are transacting the curriculum. And how do you organize this? This is what they talk in type 3. This type 3 is mainly for advanced students. Okay, so they assume the role of first-hand inquirer. So this type of students and this type of situation you are going to face. So it's good to see this type of models. I'm not telling this model. I was impressed by this model. Maybe some more advanced models are there, but this was the simplest model which suits to my context, so I have taken up. And third criteria in NAP, there's a lot of focus on research and innovation, which doesn't limit to science subjects, but it also extends to humanities and social sciences. And undergraduate level, research at undergraduate level. So it's very important that you start working on that and take advantage of the support systems provided by the NAP. Okay, so the NAP talks on the relevance and so what type of ecosystem and procedures we should ensure. So we have to do a type of research which is relevant, and quality of academic and research programs have to be ensured. Adequacy, maintenance, and proper allocation of support structure and services, and sharing of the research which you have done. So it aims at to conclude, R&D, India-centric education system that contributes directly to transforming our nation sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all. So our Honorable Prime Minister has been talking of that word, vibrant knowledge society. He always talks of that. And I think unless we respond to his call, I think nothing can be done. So it's high time that we respond to his call. So there's a lot which there have been talked of IPR issues also. So there is a lot of IPR we are losing. So it's good for institutions to understand about IPR. As I said earlier, patents essentially doesn't mean science patents coming out of it. There can be a lot of process patents which humanities and social sciences people can also have through. What is the support mechanism? You may say, this policies talk a lot, but they don't give us anything. So how do we develop? So there, under the new NEP, there is a National Research Foundation which is established, and a lot of funds have been allocated to that. It is for you to take the opportunity and get these funds. So that preparedness is very important. That is what I've been telling, to fund outstanding peer-reviewed research and to actively seed research in universities and colleges. Please note that, and colleges, because they're talking of undergraduate education as well. So try to update, keep abreast of the developments, and try to encash on these type of initiatives of the government, and get some good funding for yourself. Again, regarding infrastructure, NEP also talks of end-to-end transformation of the Indian education system on all aspects, and it also talks of globalized technology-enabled transformations. For this, our Leena and Sujata have talked extensively on what NAAC is doing. There is a national educational technology forum which is established, NATF. It's a dedicated unit for building world-class digital infrastructure, educational digital content development, which we have talked in professional development aspects, and capacity building. So we leave off the black ones, that is more for the governments and other levels. But you as an institution can take lot of content from this NETF and also share your own content and expertise to that. And it will also support in building intellectual and institutional capacities on education technology. So you have to use this component of NETF and try to improve on your own qualities and skills, and articulate new directions for research and innovation. So it's very much important to see the implementation plan and get into the system as early as possible and chase it, so that you will be the first taker from that. It also talks of ensuring equitable use of technology. So they are going to create and support institutions in using online teaching platforms and tools. Swayam, Diksha, and IIT Kanpur has its own platform, free platform. Commonwealth of Learning has a free platform on which you can launch your own content, etc. So, but you have to be updated and skilled to use these platforms. So it's good for you to understand and update yourself on this, and have more and more webinars related to this type of focused issues, so that you can share your knowledge and network yourself. Webinars are not just to listen and leave. We have to network from these webinars, form groups, and deliver and deliberate on these things, share your issues, etc., and take it ahead. So content creation, there is a digital repository and dissemination. They will help you in taking content, borrowing the content and using it for your own improvement. It's like an open software where you can amend it and to your context and use. And this is going to address the digital divide. I think how much time can I take? 5 minutes more? I think I'm taking too much of time.
Okay, madam.
Lakshmi, I am exceeded my time. Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can
yeah.
continue.
So, okay. I'll not talk much on the student support. It's an outcome-based education, and it is here where a lot of student-related activities have to happen. There's a lot of role of your teachers to promote higher order thinking skills. And, how do you support in terms of various of these activities in developing graduate attributes? That's what you have to plan. Governance and leadership, I have already been telling with you. The twin focus of the governance, the top management and the top leadership should be in teaching, learning, and accountability. And key constituents of outcome-based education is vision and mission. It starts from reviewing your vision and mission and then flow it down. So it's very important. And to achieve all this, having a good internal quality assurance system for continuously reviewing yourself is a very important thing, which NAAC also propagates, is a mandatory requirement even as per UGC. So you have to strengthen this internal quality assurance system, then only you can, it's a sort of nurturing quality together. So you'd have to do, and effort is important. Knowing where to make an effort is important. Just not putting effort anywhere and in a very minor issue is not good. Best practices is one people get confused a lot. So there's a lot of material available online on what are best practices in education. How do you develop a best practice? How do you identify your own best practices? There's a lot of content. Please go through it. But these are some of the gist I wanted to talk, but I'm not going much into that. Okay, so this is the type of linear diagram which they give on 5-stage application strategy of your best practice and identification. So you have to follow these even while you are writing your best practices. And best practices are always to be shared with others, so that you improve upon them and you take advantage of them as well. Quality has no single definition. There are different definitions of quality, and any institution also cannot have a single definition of quality. Every issue will have its own, has to have its own definition of quality, and you have to define quality based on the requirements and context in which each of you are working, both at the individual level as well as at the departmental level, and flow it back to institutional level and to the managerial level, embedding it into the, relating it to your vision and mission statements. And quality assurance, don't look at as an assessment and accreditation process. Please look at it as a process of willing and deliberate efforts to discern, sustain, and wherever possible, everywhere it is not possible, to enhance quality reflections in every aspect of the institution functioning. And while doing so, embed issues of capacity building, sustaining the motivation of students and teachers, evolving innovative practices, and always have a critical self-appraisal, which is very, very important. Okay, so I'll not talk of this, what are the benefits. And you look at quality as an improvement process. It's the beginning of a better tomorrow. Not look at the grade of NAAC. If you get an A grade and sit A++ and sit for next 5 years and start working, it will not work through. Okay, so you have to build the right attitude. Every institutional member should have the attitude that he or she should work for quality and is working for quality. That attitude, if you have, and I think you have achieved it. So anything should come from within the institution, as Sujata and Lena said, and not from what comes from NAAC, what are the directions of NAAC, etc. So mindset, this one, recently I came across in one of the WhatsApp messages. I normally don't see WhatsApp, but I made it. You see, he himself with nothing, he doesn't even have the clothes. Small child doesn't even have the clothes to wear, but he is sitting like a king in a self-made throne for himself. Correct. No? Mindset is what separates the best from the rest. This is what, and quality assurance systems will make a difference only when you have this right mindset to improve. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Sorry for taking a little more time of yours. Thank you so much. I will stop share. Okay.
Thank you very much, Rama ma'am. You made a very, very valuable point that the race is not for getting grade, but race must be for enhancing the quality. It could be through outcome-based education or probably value-added courses, curriculum enrichment. So many factors are there which we can ponder upon, ma'am. Thank you very much. It was really an enriching session for us. And your talk was particularly appropriate at this time when we are considering the new initiative for expanding growth, ma'am. Thank you very much. And moving over to very quickly for a Q&A session. Since this being the last session, I can ask the participant to unmute and ask the question yourself. Or I can take a few that I can see. First question is how to measure the retention rate of learners. This is by Dr. Daphne, ma'am. How to measure retention rate of learners.
Retention rate of learning or learners? Learners is a dropout. You know, it's a dropout measure you take when children are dropping out from the system. So, you know, that will give you the percentage of dropouts and how many students you are able to retain in the institution and how many students are leaving your institution. Then what are the reasons for leaving? That's what you have to look at and, you know, develop your own strategies. But if you're talking of retention of learning, then it's a, you know, psychosocial, cognitive, you know, that's a very technical question which takes a whole lot of you know, time to elaborate on that. And I am not technically skilled also to talk much on how to measure. No, there is something called, as we did in UNESCO, MLL, minimum learning levels of students. How do they achieve, and what are the issues? What are the issues on pedagogy? What are the issues on, you know, there are multiple variables on which we have to measure the learning of advanced to slow learners, and then take and you know, map them on some scale is there for MLL. So we call it MLL scale, and it's a sort of you know, research and analysis process. It's good for you as teachers to do this as a research project on your classroom, you know, performance of students. You know, small project. It's always an opportunity for you all. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So the next question is whether the UGC provides fund for content development. If yes, how much?
If you submit a project to SWAYAM, they used to provide 17 lakhs. Okay, up to 17 lakhs. Okay, then there is a specification for that. It should be of so many hours duration. It should contain this. You can go to UGC website or SWAYAM portal and look at it. And even now, I think if it's a good proposal you are submitting, they do encourage. They do encourage.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Anyone else, if you want, you can unmute yourself, raise your hand, and you can go ahead with the question.
I think Shalini, no, your name?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Shalini. I think number one, people are very exhausted. It's 2:42, almost 3.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's a very broad-based one without much technical issues, which Leena and Sujata have already responded, and Ninad sir has already responded. I think there may not be many questions.
Sure, ma'am. So over to you, Dr. Vijayalakshmi, for formal vote of thanks.
So before we start with vote of thanks, I request all the participants to fill in the feedback form So before you leave, the feedback link is provided in the chat box. Okay. So as all good things come to an end in life, so is our webinar. We have come to an end of the webinar. I deem it a privilege to be delivering vote of thanks to those who have contributed either directly or indirectly to make the webinar a grand success. At the outset, I would like to thank the management for their constant support in all our endeavors. I would like to thank the resource person, Dr. Ninad Jhala, for enlightening the participants with his knowledge and presence. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. Sujata Shanbhag for her valuable inputs about NAAC assessment and accreditation process. We are very glad that we had an opportunity to hear you, ma'am. I must mention a deep sense of appreciation to Dr. Leena Gahane for readily accepting to be with us today to give her insightful thoughts regarding the academic excellence on core foundation values. Our special thanks to Dr. Rama Kundapalli, former NAAC advisor, for consenting to be with us today on this occasion. The way you explained the topic was exemplary, madam. A special thanks to our principal, Dr. B.R. Parinita, who has always constantly supported and motivated us to make it happen. Then I would like to thank our Vice Principal, Professor B.V. Sridharaswamy, who always inspired us to give our best in all the aspects. With our deep sense of appreciation to our NAAC coordinator, Professor C. Shalini, and she's also the head of the Department of Computers for her constant support. Thank you, madam. I would like to thank all the delegates across India for their active participation throughout the webinar. I thank each one of you. Without you, definitely this webinar would not have happened. I would fail in my duties if I don't thank the technical team. So I would like to thank the technical team, Mr. Girish, librarian, Professor Aravind from the Department of Mathematics, Professor Vardharaj from the Department of Computers, and Mr. Asif for their technical assistance throughout to make this event a grand success. Thank you, one and all.
I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Vijayalakshmi also. Actually, the IQAC and the NAAC team, they are doing this part in a very systematic way. And the way in which the entire webinar was brought out is a result of all such efforts by those people. Now I thank all my colleagues who have lent their support hand in making this webinar a success. Thank you very much. And also all the participants, namaskar from National College.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Namaste, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Take care, be safe, be indoors.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Marathon ಆಯ್ತು.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲಿ, but the program was fantastic.
ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು BVS sir. Thank you.
Learning experience.